Chapter 2055. The 100th level of the Battle of 100 Kills Arena. The Underworld Crown Prince stood there motionlessly. Everyone's eyes were focused on him, including Wan Xing, the true disciple of the Starry Dao College. There were 100 levels in the Battle of 100 Kills Arena. The Underworld Crown Prince had reached the 100th level. If he continued, he would be able to pass the Battle of 100 Kills Arena and successfully reach the top, gaining the opportunity to comprehend the origin of the Sword Dao. A ray of light flickered on the Underworld Crown Prince's body. This meant that there were two possibilities. One was to pass the 100th level and go up again. The other was to fail. No one knew which one it was. In the next moment, the Underworld Crown Prince's figure flashed and disappeared from the 100th level, appearing at the bottom of the Battle of 100 Kills Arena. Failed. The Underworld Crown Prince's expression changed. He did not expect to fail. However, when he thought of the opponent on the 100th level, who was extremely powerful, it was not surprising that he was defeated. That kind of opponent was extremely powerful. If he could not pass, Chunzong would definitely not be able to pass as well. Therefore, this time he would not lose. "It's your turn," the Underworld Crown Prince snorted. Chunzong nodded his head and took a step forward. With a flicker, he landed on the first floor of the 100 Battles and 100 Kills platform. A strange feeling spread out, allowing Chunzong to know that his ninefold heavenly ring and Sumeru ring were sealed by an invisible force, preventing him from activating them. In an instant, the scene before his eyes changed. The staircase disappeared and was replaced by a vast expanse of whiteness that seemed to have no end. In the blink of an eye, the whiteness retreated to the surroundings, and a huge circular platform appeared. The platform's ground was as smooth as white jade, as if it was cast in one piece. Suddenly, from the white mist around the platform, a figure with smoke lingering around him walked out. His robe was as white as snow, and he was as light as the wind. A long sword hung at his waist. His expression was cold, and his eyes were indifferent. Once this person appeared, he did not say anything. The tip of his foot lightly tapped on the white jade ground of the platform. In an instant, a gust of wind swept up, and the long sword at his waist was unsheathed. He became one with the sword and turned into a sword radiance that pierced through the air like a gust of wind. This was a sword technique of the Wind lineage, the Sword of Wind Dao. Judging from the opponent's aura and attacks, Chunzong could tell that the opponent was at level 2 demigod rank. His cultivation should have reached the peak of demigod rank, and his swordsmanship was superb. His overall strength should have reached the peak of demigod rank. Even the Sword of No Return, the number 1 true disciple of the Sword Palace of the Yuan sect, was no match for him. It was just that this kind of strength was completely nothing to Chunzong. His figure flashed, crisscrossing and killing. As soon as Chunzong took a step forward, he knew that he had reached the 2nd level. 2 opponents appeared on the 2nd floor. Their combined strength was even more astonishing, but they were still easily defeated by Chunzong. On the 3rd floor, there were 3 opponents. Each of them had a cultivation base at the peak of the demigod rank. Their swordsmanship was incredible, and they were all using different types of swordsmanship. On the 10th floor, there were 10 opponents. The swordsmanship of the 10 opponents came from the lesser 10 lineages. Once they joined forces, they posed a greater threat to Chunzong. However, this was nothing to Chunzong. On the 20th floor, there were 20 opponents. On the 30th floor, there were 30 opponents. Every one of them was at the peak of demigod rank, and not just any peak demigod rank. When there were more of them and they cooperated well, it was even more terrifying. It was no wonder that some of the nominal disciples were defeated after reaching the 30th floor. After all, the difficulty was too great. After all, one's strength would be constantly depleted if one continued to advance. There was no time to recover, and one had to consume elixirs. Under the limited strength, one had to keep advancing. The difficulty increased imperceptibly. On the 40th floor, there were 40 opponents. On the 50th floor, there were 50 opponents. On the 60th floor, there were 60 opponents. As for Chunzong reaching the 60th floor, everyone was indifferent. After all, every single true disciple could reach the 70th floor. Chunzong was also a true disciple who had mastered the supreme Tao will. There was no reason why he couldn't reach the 70th floor. It could be said that the real test was after reaching the 70th floor. No, it should be after the 80th floor. To Chunzong, the 70th floor wasn't difficult at all. Moreover, what they didn't know was that Chunzong hadn't used his full strength from the first floor to the 70th floor. World Tao Will. What Chunzong used was the World Tao Will, not the Heart Sword intent. He had just mastered the World Tao Will and hadn't unearthed its potential. However, the Heart Sword intent had unearthed most of its potential. In terms of strength, the Heart Sword intent was naturally stronger. However, the reason why Chunzong didn't use the Heart Sword intent, but the World Tao Will, was because he wanted to hone and unearth the potential of the World Tao Will in battle. The 80th floor. There were 80 opponents, and every one of them was very strong. Moreover, they were all in their prime. On the other hand, Chunzong had exhausted a lot of his strength in the continuous battle. The 80 opponents all looked indifferent. They wouldn't give Chunzong the slightest time to recover his strength. They surrounded him from all directions. The sword techniques of the minor 10 meridians and the 4 major meridians were all displayed. However, they didn't conflict with each other. Instead, they complemented each other seamlessly and complemented each other, increasing their power to the extreme and becoming more and more terrifying. Chunzong felt as if he was in 100 layers of waves, being heavily impacted and suppressed. World, descend. With a low shout, Chunzong swung his sword and directly slashed down. This was a sword technique that Chunzong created himself based on the characteristics of the World Tao Will. Now, it was only one move, but it was constantly being perfected. Now, it was being used in actual combat. A buzzing sound rang out. That sword carried the weight of a world and directly descended. The extremely terrifying power suppressed down. The 80 opponents all trembled. No matter if they were flying or attacking, their bodies stopped in an instant as if they were suppressed. However, Chunzong himself was also bearing a great pressure. It wasn't easy to suppress 80 experts at the peak of the demigod realm with just one sword technique. Seizing the momentary opportunity, Chunzong swung his sword again. Kill. The 81st floor. The 82nd floor. As he continued to advance, his speed began to decrease. When he reached the 90th floor, Chunzong felt even greater pressure. Ming Luo Crown Prince stared at Chunzong's figure and watched as Chunzong went up one floor at a time. The 91st floor. The 92nd floor. For Ming Luo Crown Prince, who had reached the 100th floor, he was very clear about the difficulty. In the end, every floor was simply a matter of life and death, because there were more and more opponents, and his strength was getting weaker and weaker. Unknowingly, the difficulty was constantly increasing. It was a kind of crisis and pressure that would gradually increase in difficulty, and it would crush people. The 100th floor. Chunzong had also reached the 100th floor. Ming Luo Crown Prince subconsciously clenched his fists and sneered. So what if you can reach the 100th floor? You definitely won't be able to pass it. The 100th floor, 100 powerful opponents teaming up. Each of them had superb sword techniques and astonishing strength. Moreover, they were all at their peak. Can he pass it? I think it's going to be difficult. Yeah, the 100 battles, 100 kills stage seems simple, but the difficulty is astonishing. Chunzong also understood the difficulty. 100 opponents, a high-intensity battle, and his strength was not much left. Even if his cultivation technique was unfathomable, the strength of a peak of the demigod realm was still limited. At this stage, there was not much left. Freedom state. In an instant, silver light filled his eyes. Chunzong controlled all his strength and did not reduce his strength because of the consumption. World's Descent. Under the continuous battle, the World's Descent sword technique was constantly perfected and its power was constantly increasing. As the sword slashed down, the world's shadow descended and the 100 people were suppressed, unable to move. Kill! 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 Chunzong unsheathed his sword, showing no mercy. In this kind of battle, It was either you die or I die. There was no luck. No matter what, he had to pass the 100 battles, 100 kills stage and comprehend the origin of Sword Dao. The earlier one comprehended the origin of Sword Dao, the greater the benefits. The difference between a year earlier and a year later was obvious for a genius. Time passed slowly. Chen Zong's time on the 100th floor had already surpassed Ming Luo Crown Prince. Could it be that he can pass it? Ming Luo Crown Prince could not help but clench his teeth. He immediately shook his head and hypnotized himself. Impossible. He definitely can't pass it. That kind of pressure. However, there was a trace of panic in Ming Luo Crown Prince's heart. He was worried that he would lose if Chen Zong passed it. Counting the previous time, it was equivalent to losing twice. That kind of feeling was unbearable. On the 100th floor of the 100 battles, 100 kills stage, Chen Zong's eyes flickered with silver light. His expression was cold and murderous. His figure was like a reflection of a shadow, yet it was like layers of phantoms. It was a few minor divine skills that were used alternately. He avoided the opponent's attack and counterattacked with his sword. World Descent. When the sword struck out, the shadow of the world condensed in the sword chi. It directly locked onto one of the opponents, making him unable to move. This was another application of World Descent. It was not a large-scale suppression, but a smaller area. It only targeted one target, and the suppression power was even more shocking. Kill. Under the situation where he could not move, he was naturally killed by Chen Zong easily. It was as if he had stretched out his neck to be killed. Fight, fight, fight. Kill, kill, kill. Fight without stopping. Kill without stopping. 100 battles, 100 kills. There were 10 left. Chen Zong's expression was still calm, but he felt that there was not much strength left in his body. Moreover, he began to use the heart sword intent. 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. Kill. 100 strong opponents were all killed by Chen Zong's sword. Chen Zong felt as if he had overdrawn his strength. A feeling of emptiness spread out from the deepest part of his body. With this level of strength, those nominal disciples may not be able to pass even if they have another 10 years. Chen Zong thought to himself, although there was no limit to the demigod level, there was actually a limit. However, the limit was a theory. Another point was that the limit that each cultivator could explore was not necessarily the same. Ordinary cultivators had limited potential. Of course, their limit would not be that high. As for genius cultivators, their potential was even higher. Of course, their limit would be even higher. This 100 battles, 100 kills arena was an excellent test. There was no possibility of trickery or luck. Chapter 2056. He reached the top. Chen Zong had made it to the top of the kill arena. Standing at the top, he was stared at by a group of registered disciples and true disciples. True disciple Wan Xing's gaze was focused. His expression was solemn, and there was a hint of shock in his eyes. He had done it in one go. Once. This was merely his first attempt at the 100 battles and 100 kills arena. Yet he had already succeeded and reached the top. Wan Xing remembered very clearly that the pressure he had endured during his first attempt at the kill arena had intensified. The pressure had made him feel like he was about to collapse. From start to finish, he used a total of 5 times before he successfully passed the 100 battles, 100 kills platform and reached the top. Most of the disciples in the same batch as him had failed after 10 tries and had to leave Sword Mountain. The most outstanding one had used 3 tries, and the most had used 8. There were very, very few people who could pass the kill arena on their first try. Throughout the history of the 4 major Dao colleges, there were less than 10 people who could do it. Although the Underworld Crown Prince had reached the 100th level and was only a hair's breadth away from reaching the top, the difference between passing and reaching the top was not just a hair's breadth. The pressure on the kill arena would continue to increase. In the end, it would collapse like a leaf on a decaying mountain. In the past, there had been some who had reached the 100th level on their first try, but still failed on their second try. They had only succeeded on their third try. Of course, there were also a few who had reached the top on their second try. All in all, Chen Zong had reached the top on his first try, which was undoubtedly shocking. Good lad, You're really not bad. The dean of the Destruction Tao College couldn't help but smile. Chunzong discovered that there was a door after reaching the top of the kill arena. It was a door that led to an unknown place. Looking at the door, Chunzong suddenly became excited. Pushing open the door, a unique Sword Tao aura spread out and circled around the door. It was the aura of Sword Tao, the origin of Sword Tao. Stepping into the portal, Chunzong's vision was filled with a vast expanse of whiteness. He couldn't see anything, but it quickly dissipated. Chunzong saw a sword. It was a snow-white sword. There was no hilt, only a huge sword blade. It was suspended in the air, motionless. This sword blade was 5 meters long and half a meter wide. The aura it emitted was very mysterious and sharp. Wisps of white sword chi circled around the blade, as if they were swallowing and spitting out. The origin of Sword Tao. This was the source of Sword Tao. Sword Master Dong Ting had used some unknown means to intercept a fragment of sword principle origin from the void. The feeling that Chunzong got from this gigantic sword was indescribable. It was a mysterious and self-contained entity, as if it was the strongest object in the void, and contained an unparalleled power. This was a rare opportunity, so he started to comprehend. There was no time limit for comprehending the Sword Tao. However, no matter how powerful a demigod rank expert was, they wouldn't be able to comprehend for long before they couldn't bear it. Just like how the effects of force were mutual, comprehending the Sword Tao would also require one to bear the pressure and burden. Chunzong sat down cross-legged in front of the Sword Tao origin. This was the posture he had used when he first started cultivating, so he had long since gotten used to it. Chunzong began to meditate. In the outside world, the nominal disciples and true disciples dispersed and returned to their own places. Each and every one of them was determined to become stronger. They had to work even harder to cultivate themselves so that they could pass the 100 battles kill platform for the second or third time and reach the top to comprehend the Sword Tao source. They didn't know the cruel truth. Among them, there were less than 10 who could pass the battle of 100 kills platform in the remaining 9 times. Most of them couldn't pass the battle of 100 kills platform and were eliminated from the Eastern Court Sword Mountain. They had no chance of obtaining the superb inheritance of the Eastern Court Sword Mountain. The Sword Master of the East Court was different from the other Sword Masters. He was more willing to provide a path for his juniors, but it wasn't unlimited. If you were just a piece of mud that couldn't be helped, the Sword Master of the East Court wouldn't waste his time on you. Perhaps the current operation of the Dongting Sword Mountain no longer required his power or his time and energy. However, everything in the Dongting Sword Mountain belonged to the Dongting Sword Master himself. It was his property. I wonder how long you can comprehend it. Chunzong thought to himself as he looked back at the myriad star inheritance. How long? That was the question. Different people would take different amounts of time to comprehend the Sword Tao origin. Generally speaking, the longer one comprehended the Sword Tao origin, the more benefits one would gain. If one comprehended the Sword Tao origin for a short period of time, the benefits would be less. Although it wasn't absolute, it was basically the case. If one tried to comprehend the Sword Tao origin at the demigod level, one would be constantly suppressed by the Sword Tao origin, creating a huge burden. When one couldn't bear the burden, they would automatically leave. This was a protective mechanism left behind by the Sword Master of the East Court. Back then, I only comprehended the Sword Tao origin for 20 breaths, Wan Xing thought to himself. Among the same batch, the longest time was only 30 breaths. As far as I know, even the 4 most outstanding Sword Sons could only last 50 breaths at most when they comprehended the Sword Tao origin for the first time. The difference in difficulty between 1 breath more and 1 breath less was very obvious. Especially towards the end, the burden would continue to accumulate and become stronger. Every breath was an astonishing improvement. However, he didn't know how long Chunzong could last this time. The first time he comprehended the Sword Tao origin, he had no experience. If it was the second time, he would have some experience and would usually last a little longer. Chunzong began to comprehend the Sword Tao origin. Time passed breath by breath. As soon as he started comprehending, he immediately entered the state of comprehension. It was as if his vision blurred and he had arrived in a void. An incomparably huge sword light directly struck down from the highest point of the void, as if it was going to penetrate the void. It was incomparably vast, overbearing, fierce, sharp, and imposing. Chunzong's mind trembled in an instant, as if he had lost all his senses. It felt as if 1,000 years had passed, but in fact, it was only an instant. Chunzong woke up. The sword light that struck down from the highest point of the void exploded, turning into countless sword lights that pervaded the surroundings. The aura emitted by each sword light was different. Some of the sword lights emitted an aura that was bright and upright, while others emitted an aura that was dark and gloomy, with a ghostly aura. Some of the sword lights were peerlessly sharp, while others were incomparably powerful. Some of the sword lights were violent and overbearing, while others were soft and tenacious. There were more than tens of thousands of sword lights in the void, which represented the profoundness of countless swordsmanship. The origin of sword principle was originally the collection of the profoundness of countless sword techniques. For a moment, Chunzong felt dazzled, but Chunzong was not confused. Instead, he quickly sensed. There were countless sword techniques and sword principles, but they were not the true essence. What Chunzong wanted to comprehend was the essence. If he could master the essence, he could quickly practice and master all sword techniques and sword principles. The essence was where the true origin lay. Time passed slowly. Chunzong kept searching and withstanding the pressure of the origin of sword principle. The burden was accumulating bit by bit. Relying on the sensing of the heart sword intent, Chunzong found the essence of the origin of sword principle, which was the essence. It was a finger-thick sword light. Its color was dim and inconspicuous. The aura it emitted was also very weak, so it was easy to ignore. However, when Chunzong's mind was completely focused on the sword light, he felt an extremely pure aura of sword principle pervading, as if it had enveloped his mind. That aura was not sharp, domineering, bright, gloomy, cold, or anything else. It was pure to the extreme, without the slightest trace of purity mixed in. This kind of purity meant the essence and infinite possibilities. As Chunzong continued to comprehend the origin of sword principle, when Chunzong found the fundamental essence of the origin of sword principle with the sensing of the heart sword intent, the origin of sword principle suddenly trembled. Unknowingly, a gaze seemed to appear and stare at him. This man can actually cause the origin of sword principle to resonate. The way of the sword origin was something that Sword Master Dong Ting had obtained with great difficulty. It was a treasure that completely belonged to Sword Master Dong Ting. Although it was placed here for others to comprehend, no one could take it away except for Sword Master Dong Ting. Sword Master Dong Ting would be the first to know if there was any change in the origin of sword principle. The origin of sword principle resonated. It sounded incomprehensible, but only the true experts in the void understood the meaning behind it. A mere demigod-level expert could cause the origin of sword principle to resonate. This meant that his talent and potential in sword principle were extremely amazing. Perhaps it had not been fully revealed yet, and Sword Master Dong Ting himself was not very clear about it. However, as he cultivated and improved his realm, his talent would become more obvious and astonishing. "I'm afraid I couldn't do it back then," Sword Master Dong Ting said to himself. Sword Master Dong Ting murmured. His gaze landed on Chunzong. His eyes glowed as if he wanted to see through Chunzong. Chunzong could not sense any of this. Firstly, he was wholeheartedly comprehending the origin of sword principle at this moment. Secondly, how could Chunzong discover the means of an expert like Sword Master Dong Ting? I wonder if this man can refine this origin of sword principle. If he can do it, what an enviable talent. If I had such talent back then, I might have been able to go further. The sharp light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Gradually, as if he had sensed something, he quickly withdrew and became dim. Chunzong did not know what the origin of sword principle resonated. His level was not that high, and what he could understand had not reached that level. However, this time, Chunzong felt that he had indeed gained great benefits. The comprehension of the origin of Sword Dao pointed directly to the comprehension of the essence of the origin. It was as if he had cleansed his Sword Dao, removed the impurities, and reorganized it. It became more stable, solid, and smoother, and had obvious benefits for his future cultivation. Unfortunately, while he was comprehending the origin of sword principle, he also had to constantly bear the pressure emitted by the origin of sword principle. It was as if the origin of sword principle was a peerless swordsman, and its sword pressure was astonishing. Chapter 2057. I drank too much last night, so I'm not in a good state today. I need to rest more and update slowly. I'm really sorry. 50 breaths. Chunzong had comprehended the origin of sword way for 50 breaths. Only the 4 sword masters could achieve this. Now, there was one more. What they didn't know was that the 4 sword masters didn't cause any resonance when they comprehended the origin of sword way, while Chunzong directly comprehended the core essence of the origin of sword way and caused a resonance. There was a difference between the two. In comparison, the benefits that Chunzong gained were obviously better than when the 4 sword masters first comprehended the origin of sword way. 50 breaths. When the news spread, the 4 Dao colleges were shaken. From the college masters to the core disciples, all of them were shocked. When the new core disciples understood the implications, they were also shocked. Monster! What a terrifying person! Gu Jianshan exhaled deeply and said to himself, there is no doubt that being in the same era as such a person was likely to be enveloped by his halo. For example, Jian Kuang, Jian Gui, and the others were the top geniuses of Swordway in their respective places. There were very few people who could compare to them. However, after coming to the Sword Mountain of the Eastern Court, they realized that they were nothing here. After all, those who were qualified to become disciples of the Sword Mountain of the Eastern Court were all very outstanding people. Well, everyone was about the same. At most, there were a few who were more outstanding, but the gap wouldn't be too big. However, Chunzong's excellence made them feel despair. It was a despair that they couldn't catch up to. In the secret chamber, Chunzong cultivated in seclusion. He quietly organized everything that he had gained from comprehending the origin of Sword Way and strived to improve further. The foundation of his Sword Way had been sorted out, and all the impurities had been removed, leaving only the essence. This made Chunzong feel refreshed, as if he had removed a heavy burden. Immediately, Chunzong drew his sword and began practicing sword techniques in the secret chamber. Basic sword techniques. All kinds of sword techniques that he had mastered, like the one-heart sword, like the golden, brilliant star-piercing sword, like the various sword techniques of the Sword Mountain of the Eastern Court. Once he started practicing, it was as if he didn't know the passage of time. It was endless and never stopped. Gradually, wisps of inexplicable aura spread around Chunzong. It was the aura of the 6th level of Sword Principle. It gradually condensed and spread in all directions, covering a radius of 10 meters around Chunzong. It was as if the invisible sword chi was weaving and weaving, covering everything like a fine net. Chunzong's sword technique underwent a change along with this. Every single sword move followed an extremely profound trajectory that was difficult to describe with words. It seemed to be simple, yet it actually concealed an unfathomable profundity, and it carried a profundity that was like a towering mountain and deep like an ocean. In that instant, Chunzong naturally closed his eyes. It was as if everything within a radius of 10 meters around him was under his control. The sword was omniscient and omniscient. One day, Chunzong's sword paused slightly, and the aura around him instantly dissipated and disappeared. Everything returned to normal, and Chunzong also woke up. This feeling. In just a moment, Chunzong felt different. Everything around him seemed to be washed away and became clear, transparent, and bright. It was incomparably clear. Even Chunzong could see some vague trajectories in front of him. The trajectories were vague and changeable, as if they were illusions. Shenzong once thought that they were illusions, but after closer observation, Shenzong found that they were not illusions. They were real, just like the trajectories that he saw after opening his mind's eye. It was as if the clouds were cleared and the moon was revealed. It was extremely mysterious and indescribable. This feeling, Shenzong could not help but take a deep breath. He closed his eyes again and followed a kind of fluctuation and inspiration. In an instant, the feeling of being one with the world and the mind being one with nature that he had experienced on the desolate dragon star spread out again. His mind's eye was also opened unconsciously. Everything had undergone some kind of indescribable change. There seemed to be a buzzing sound. Shenzong felt that a trace of invisible sword chi spread out in an extremely mysterious way, covering a radius of 10 meters around him. Just now, Shenzong did not notice anything. Everything was done unconsciously, but now it was done intentionally. The feeling was completely different. It was a very wonderful feeling. It was as if everything within a radius of 10 meters around him was under his control. He opened his eyes. Like a mirror, there was a trace of flowing light flashing by. The flowing light corresponded to all the trajectories within a radius of 10 meters around him. In an instant, there seemed to be a faintly discernible thought gathering from all directions and merging into Shenzong's consciousness in his divine sea. It did not belong to anyone, but to the great way of sword in the void. It seemed to be a kind of inheritance, a kind of message, and a kind of divine feeling. It would only appear when the great way of sword had reached a certain level. In Shenzong's eyes, there seemed to be thousands of mysteries of the great way of sword in them. The field of sword Tao. The sixth level of the great way of sword is the field of sword Tao. Shenzong's voice was very low, as if he was murmuring, but there was an indescribable excitement in his voice. The moment the words "the field of sword Tao" came out of his mouth, Shenzong seemed to hear roars and roars in the void. Then, thousands of sharp swords vibrated, making endless clanging sounds. They were extremely sharp, as if they were going to kill the world. It was as if the great way of sword in the void was angry, as if someone had violated its majesty. Those who violated the majesty of the great way should be killed without mercy. At that moment, Shenzong understood the meaning of those roars, and endless clanging sounds of the sharp swords. At that moment, Shenzong also felt that death was coming. It was a catastrophe. It was not a simple death, but the annihilation of the origin of soul. Everything would disappear without a trace. Oh, what did this boy do this time? He actually provoked the wrath of the Great Way. A voice sounded, but no one in the entire Sword Mountain heard it. Immediately, a traceable descended to observe Shenzong, and then he was shocked. The field of Sword Tao. This boy actually reached the entry level of the field of Sword Tao at the demigod level. His tone was full of shock and disbelief. The field of Sword Tao, or the field of martial arts, belonged to the 6th level of Sword Tao in martial arts. Many Divine Realm experts had not mastered it, and it was very brilliant. It could be regarded as the high-end power of the Divine Realm. But now a demigod-level expert had mastered the field of Sword Tao, even if it was just the entry level. Although it was very difficult to grasp the surface of the 6th level of Sword Tao at the demigod level, there were still some top geniuses who could do it. For example, in the Sword Mountain of Dongting, there were a few true disciples who could grasp the surface of the 6th level of Sword Tao at the demigod level. But grasping the surface and entering the entry level were two different levels, just like the difference between the demigod level and the divine realm. When the Sword Master of Dongting was at the demigod level, he had also grasped the surface of the 6th level of Sword Tao, but he did not enter the entry level. He only entered the entry level after breaking through to the divine realm. Now, after comprehending the origin of Sword Tao, Shenzong had finally taken the crucial step to successfully grasp the field of Sword Tao after a period of seclusion. In other words, Shenzong had already grasped the power of the divine realm. Of course, because of his cultivation, Shenzong was still not an opponent of the divine realm. But in the demigod level, he was already invincible, unless there were other demigods at the same level. What a terrifying talent. I only hope that he can resist the fury of the great Tao of Sword. This is a great opportunity for my daunting lineage. Chunzong was completely unaware of the sword master of Dongting's emotions and thoughts. At this very moment, Chunzong felt as if his soul was being attacked by countless sword lights, pierced through, and turned into nothingness. It was an extremely terrifying feeling. The heart sword intent trembled slightly, and the world Tao intent also began to circulate, producing a rumbling sound. Resist. Chunzong used all his strength to resist the fury of the great Tao sword. If he couldn't resist, he would die. Fortunately, Chunzong managed to resist in the end. The fury of the great Tao of sword was fading away. Traces of imperceptible but mysterious power seemed to descend and merge into Chunzong's soul. Chunzong felt as if his soul was being cleansed, and he seemed to be closer to the great Tao of sword. After withstanding the fury of the great Tao of sword, Chunzong's talent in the great Tao of sword had been strengthened. How much had it been strengthened? Chunzong didn't know, but it was a good thing. I see. No wonder those below the divine realm can't predict the divine realm. After going through the fury of the great Tao of sword, Chunzong understood that in the divine realm, one could communicate with and master the great Tao. Therefore, it contained the aura of the great Tao. The division of the realms, and so on also carried the aura of the great Tao. If one could predict it in advance, it would be like revealing the secrets of heaven, and one would suffer the backlash of the great Tao. If it was serious, one's soul would scatter. If it was light, one would stop at this level and be unable to progress further. Fortunately, Chunzong had mastered the 6th level of the great Tao of sword. After comprehending the origin of the great Tao of sword, he had successfully stepped into this mysterious realm. Therefore, he was able to withstand the fury of the great Tao of sword. Thinking about it, Chunzong couldn't help but feel a little scared. He had almost died. Everything would have been for nothing. Chunzong also understood that the reason why he was able to master the domain of sword principle and reach the beginner level was because he had comprehended the origin of the great Tao of sword. However, it was also inseparable from his previous accumulation. For example, the heart realm. For example, the heart sword realm. For example, the heart eye. For example, a trace of the 6th level of the great Tao of sword. All of this was to lay down a solid foundation for him to take this step. Without these as a foundation, even if he directly comprehended the origin of the great Tao of sword, he wouldn't be able to master the domain of sword principle now unless he did it many times. Now, my domain of sword principle is the most important, followed by the heart sword essence and the world Tao will. The One Heart Sutra still has potential to be unearthed. With such strength, I should be invincible among the demigod realm. Chunzong couldn't help but think to himself. On this day, a major event happened in the Dongting Sword Mountain. A majestic voice that seemed to originate from ancient times and was filled with the struggle of the great Tao of sword rang out. I hereby proclaim Chunzong, the new true disciple of the Destruction Tao College and the new true disciple of the Mirage Tao College, as the Dongting Sword Sun. Chapter 2058. Sword Sun of Dongting. In theory, there were 5 sword sons of Dongting Sword Mountain, but in reality, there were only 4 of them. They were the sword sons of the 4 major Tao colleges. As for the other sword son, he was the sword son of Dongting Sword Mountain. For example, the sword son of the Destruction Tao College was called the Sword Son of Destruction. He represented the Destruction Tao College. The sword son of Dongting represented the Dongting Sword Mountain. Logically speaking, the sword son of Dongting should be born from the 4 major Tao colleges. But now, it was a new true disciple who was announced by the Dongting Sword Master himself. Who is this guy? The sword son of the stars asked in a low voice. He's not worthy. The sword son of Slaughter's face was full of murderous intent. When he reaches the soul conduit realm, I'll definitely fight him. The sword son of destruction said solemnly. Interesting. The sword son of the mirage chuckled. His eyes seemed to be filled with endless dreamy colors. Chunzong was also surprised. The sword son of Dongting. He had become the sword son of Dongting just like that. He represented the Dongting Sword Mountain. and to some extent, he was the direct successor of the Dongting Swordmaster. Even though he had received some inheritance from the heavenly palace of will and entered the eternal battle for by chance, there was a huge difference between that and directly becoming the successor of a sovereign realm expert. Even with Chunzong's temperament, after being shocked for a moment, he couldn't help but feel agitated. After coming to the Dongting Sword Mountain, Chunzong found that he had benefited a lot. First, he had transformed into the supreme world will of Tao. Then, he had comprehended the origin of Sword Tao and learned the basics of Sword Tao. After that, he had been promoted to the Sword Son of Dongting. With a high status, he would definitely benefit more. Chunzong was summoned again by the Dongting Swordmaster. The first time was when Chunzong had transformed into the world will of Tao. The second time was when Chunzong was announced as the Sword Son of Dongting. However, this time was different from the first time. It wasn't as simple as it seemed. He reached the top and entered a cave abode. It was dark and quiet. Chunzong stepped forward. The further he went, the more he felt that the cave was boundless. In the dim light, Chunzong stopped and saw a figure in front of him. The figure was sitting cross-legged 1 meter above the ground. Gradually, the figure became clearer. It was an old man with an aged face. He looked haggard with wrinkles all over his face. His long hair was gray, and he was dressed in a gray robe. He looked like an old man in his twilight years. Chunzong was shocked. Could this person be Sword Master Dongting? If it was the Dongting Sword Master, how could things be like this? He was like an old man with 1 foot in the grave. I'm very happy to be able to meet you before my Tao disappears. The old man opened his eyes. His eyeballs were a little cloudy, but they also emitted a ray of light. At that moment, Chunzong felt as if he was facing a divine sword. There was an indescribable tremor that emerged from the deepest part of his soul and swept through every part of his body. Paralysis. Numbness. He couldn't move at all. It was a kind of suppression that came from the deepest part of his soul and body. It was like a small snake facing a giant dragon. It was a suppression that came from the essential difference in the level of life. An expert, the old man in front of him, who seemed to have 1 foot in the coffin, was an extremely terrifying expert beyond imagination. Fortunately, the feeling of being suppressed disappeared in an instant. Chunzong regained his ability to move, but he found that he was sweating all over unknowingly. Greetings, Swordmaster. Chunzong immediately bowed and saluted with his sword to show his respect for the most powerful swordsman. At the same time, Chunzong was also thinking about the meaning of the Swordmaster's words. Tao disappears. What does Tao disappears? Death and Tao disappears. That's what it means. Does it mean that Swordmaster Dongting is dying? If Swordmaster Dongting's Tao disappears, then Sword Mountain won't be able to last long. Although there are experts like the 4 Hall Masters, there's an essential difference between the Dominator Realm and the Dominator Realm. Swordmaster Dongting's cloudy eyes fell on Chunzong and carefully sized him up. For no reason, Chunzong felt a chill run down his spine. Many years ago, when I just became a Sword Principal Dominator, I thought I was invincible. Swordmaster Dongting closed his cloudy eyes again, as if keeping them open would make him feel tired. Chunzong didn't do anything else. He just quietly listened to Swordmaster Dongting's words. It was as if he was talking to himself, as if he was reminiscing. At that time, with a sword in hand, I challenged all the experts of the void. I only woke up when I met a strong opponent and was defeated, but I didn't want to admit defeat. However, at this level, I was already at the peak of the void. I couldn't go any further. I didn't want to admit defeat. I wanted to break through the limits of the void and become stronger. I even wanted to transcend the limits of the void. I had my eyes on the Sword Principal origin in the void. Chunzong couldn't help but be moved. Swordmaster Dongting was going to talk about the origin of the Sword Principal origin. Fusing with and refining the Sword Principal origin, I could go 1 step further and break through the limits. I could defeat strong opponents and transcend the limits of the void. I tried my best to cut off a part of the Sword Principal origin from the Sword Principal origin, but I was counterattacked by the Sword Principal origin. The power was constantly eroding my body. I fought against it with my own strength, but I couldn't dispel it. This is a backlash, a punishment from the sword principle origin. As Sword Master Dong Ting spoke, he suddenly laughed. There was a hint of madness in his laughter, which made Chen Zong tremble with fear. After all, facing a sword principle dominator who seemed to be crazy was definitely dangerous. He didn't know when he would be killed. For many years, I've been looking for the right person to inherit my sword principle and pass down the orthodoxy of Sword Mountain. Sword Master Dong Ting opened his eyes again. His turbid eyes fell on Chen Zong again. Unfortunately, there wasn't anyone good enough until you appeared. Hearing Sword Master Dong Ting's words, Chen Zong straightened out his thoughts. It turned out that Sword Master Dong Ting had built 100 sword gardens, recruited disciples, and tested them before accepting them into Sword Mountain. He wanted to find a suitable successor to pass down his sword principle. As for why he did this, it was because Sword Master Dong Ting had his eyes on the sword principle origin many years ago. He tried his best to cut off a part of it, but because of this he was counterattacked by the sword principle origin. He could only resist it with his own strength, but couldn't eliminate it. It seemed that he was just stalling for time. He didn't know when he would die. Now, he had appeared and was chosen by Sword Master Dong Ting to inherit his sword principle. That should be the case. You were able to enter the sword principle domain at the demigod level. Your talent in sword principle is unparalleled. Perhaps you will be able to integrate with that part of the sword principle origin and be reborn. In the future, you will transcend the void. Sword Master Dong Ting's words made Chen Zong very excited, but he soon calmed down. Transcending the void? That was too far away. According to the information revealed by Sword Master Dong Ting, that should be something he had to consider after becoming the ruler of the void. He wasn't at the spirit realm yet. However, Chen Zong also noticed that the Dominator realm wasn't the end of cultivation. Or was there no end to cultivation in the first place? Or could it be that the so-called transcendence of the void was just a conjecture of Sword Master Dong Ting? Chen Zong didn't dare to think too much about it. It was too complicated. It was useless for him to think too much about it. Today, I will use the last of my strength to help you integrate with that part of the sword principle origin. Remember, if you succeed, you will be the sword son of Sword Mountain and the future sword master of Sword Mountain. You will inherit the Sword Mountain. Sword Master Dong Ting's tone was deep, as if he was giving his last instructions. Remember, don't resist. Relax and guide. My strength will help you. In an instant, an indescribable aura erupted from Sword Master Dong Ting's aged body. Chen Zong seemed to see a flash of sword light. It was as if the sword light could split heaven and earth. In an instant, it traversed the void, causing countless stars to lose their brilliance. Immediately, Sword Master Dong Ting put his fingers together like a sword and drew a crack in the void. The crack was very stable. In the next moment, a flash of sword light appeared. Chen Zong recognized it. It was the sword principle origin. It was the part of the sword principle origin that he had comprehended before. In an instant, the sword principle origin flew and directly entered Chen Zong's body. Chen Zong couldn't move at all, nor could he mobilize any of his strength. He could only watch as the sword principle origin entered his body. In an instant, Chen Zong felt as if his body was about to explode. The power contained in the sword principle origin was astonishing. Excruciating pain, as if a sharp sword had pierced his bone marrow, erupted in an instant and swept through his entire body. This excruciating pain made him feel as if his soul had been pierced by countless sharp swords and torn into countless pieces. This kind of pain had never been experienced before. It was indescribable. Was this the pain that one had to endure to integrate with the sword principle origin? Everything happened too quickly. From a moment he saw Sword Master Dong Ting, he couldn't help it. Everything was controlled by Sword Master Dong Ting. Chen Zong didn't even have the chance to refuse. Two supreme Tao insights. You've actually mastered two supreme will. A voice full of surprise suddenly sounded in Chen Zong's mind. Chen Zong recognized that it was the voice of Sword Master Dong Ting. Since when had Sword Master Dong Ting appeared in his mind? The excruciating pain affected Chun Zong's thinking, and he couldn't think normally. At this time, Chun Zong felt a trace of unease from the bottom of his heart. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect to be so lucky to meet such a talent like you before my Tao disappears. Sword Master Dong Ting's voice was full of joy, but Chun Zong heard a trace of malice in his voice. If that's the case, I won't be polite. I want both your soul and your body. As these words sounded, the uneasy feeling also erupted. Chun Zong finally understood. The so-called legacies and whatnot were all fake. Swordmaster Dongting's goal was to take over Yang Qi's body, which was already on the verge of decay. If he changed his body and soul, it would be equivalent to him being reborn and reaching the peak of sword principle again. Chapter 2059. Chun Zong's figure stood straight and motionless in the cave that seemed to be in the depths of time and space. A majestic sword light filled the cave, as if it had enveloped his body, yet it also seemed to have bloomed from within his body. The majestic sword light was withdrawing bit by bit, as if it was about to squeeze into his body and become one with it. The origin of sword principle. It was the small piece of origin of sword principle that Swordmaster Dong Ting had tried his best to cut off from the great path of the sword. To the great path of the sword, this piece of origin of sword principle was nothing. It might not even be 1/10,000th of it. To Swordmaster Dong Ting, it was a supreme treasure that he could not fuse with himself. To Chun Zong, it was a supreme object that could only be seen from afar and could not be touched. At this moment, under the overwhelming power of Swordmaster Dong Ting, this piece of origin of sword principle was gradually fusing into Chun Zong's body. It was indeed a rebirth. The pain was indescribable. Chun Zong could only say that all the pain he had suffered so far was nothing compared to this. Compared to the power of the origin of sword principle, Chun Zong was too small and insignificant. As the origin of sword principle was forcibly fusing into his body, the power of the origin of sword principle was gradually transforming Chun Zong's body and even his soul. This was not just a rebirth. It was a brand new metamorphosis, a metamorphosis from the body to the soul. On the other side, Swordmaster Dong Ting's old body exuded an aura of death and gradually lost his vitality. He had been resisting the backlash of the great path of the sword for many years. If he wanted to, he could continue resisting for many more years until one day he could not resist anymore and died. But now, there was a better choice. Swordmaster Dong Ting decided to take a gamble. Of course, to Swordmaster Dong Ting, this was a gamble that he had a 90% chance of winning. Chun Zong had no way of resisting. The backlash of the great path of the sword was not only directed at the body, but also at the soul. It would not stop until the body and soul were both destroyed. However, after many years of resistance, Swordmaster Dong Ting found a glimmer of hope. That was to give up the body, the soul, and most of everything. He used a way to deceive everyone and only left a wisp of his true spirit. The true spirit was the core essence of the soul. It was the most essential existence, the essence that could only be condensed by a true expert. If one's true spirit was not destroyed, one would be truly immortal. Even if the void collapsed, as long as the true spirit existed, one would not truly die. In other words, to kill an expert who had condensed a true spirit, just destroying the body and soul wasn't enough. One had to destroy the true spirit as well. Only then would it be considered a true death. Naturally, the true spirit would also be devoured by the great path of the sword. However, the sword master of the East Court had been fighting for many years, and he had long been prepared. He had disguised himself and deceived everyone. In the end, he had separated a bit of his true spirit and abandoned everything else, allowing the great Tao of the sword to destroy him. Because as long as that bit of true spirit existed, it could be reborn in another body. Swordmaster did not to Dong Swordmaster Dong swords. By STO be, by STO be to have it. To be able. However, he did not do so because he could continue to resist the backlash of the great path of the sword. It was also because he had not found a suitable candidate. The more outstanding the candidate, the better. It would be best if the candidate could fuse with the origin of the sword. It would be best if he could fuse with the origin of the sword when he was at the demigod rank. Of course, Swordmaster Dong Ting understood that it was an extravagant hope. He did not have the ability to do so back then. However, he also thought that if he could fuse with the origin of the sword when he was at the demigod rank, he would be able to forge sword bones, sword body, sword bloodline, and even his soul into a sword soul. That way, he would be favored by the great path of the sword. Swordmaster Dong Ting's idea was perfect. This origin of sword way was cut off from the great path of the sword in the void. It had the same root as the great path of the sword. If it was integrated, it would be tantamount to directly getting close to the great path of the sword in the void. It would be like becoming a part of it, like its own son. The great path of the sword. How shocking was that? This meant that his future cultivation would be smooth sailing. Especially on the path of the sword, no one could compare to him. The great path of the sword's own son. Was there anything more awesome than that? Yes, the great path's own son. However, would it appear? It was almost impossible. When that time came, he would definitely be able to transcend. The power of the origin of the way of the sword was slowly guided by Sword Master Dongting's power, fusing into Chun Zong's body bit by bit. It was a very, very slow process. It would take years or even decades to complete. Although it would take a long time, if it was completed, the harvest would be extremely shocking. Perhaps, with such talent, the power of his swordsmanship would increase by a few times or even 10 times. At that time, it would not be an extravagant hope for him to fight against some eminent deity experts with his demigod rank cultivation base. The gap between the demigod rank and the eminent deity realm was huge. That was the gap between the Great Path and the Great Path. Swordmaster Dong Ting had lived for many years, but he had never heard of anyone in the void who could fight against an eminent deity expert at the demigod rank. However, in a few years or decades, he might be able to do it. Even though Swordmaster Dong Ting's temperament had been tempered for many years, he could not help but feel excited. Guide. At the same time, he guided the origin of the sword into Chun Zong's body, gradually changing his physique, bones, blood, and so on. It was a fundamental change. At the same time, he fused his true spirit into Chun Zong's soul. As long as his true spirit completely entered Chun Zong's soul, he would be able to control this body. At that time, he would be Swordmaster Dong Ting, and also Sword Son of Dong Ting. In this way, the Sword Mountain of Dong Ting could still be passed down. Swordmaster Dong Ting's idea was wonderful. He was very glad that Chun Zong came. Otherwise, many years later, he would not be able to hold on and would have to find a decent person to borrow his body to be reborn. However, he was sure that no one would be as suitable as Chun Zong. Gradually, the sharp pain seemed to disappear, but in fact, it did not disappear. Instead, it became numb. Chun Zong could not resist. He could only watch as Swordmaster Dong Ting's true spirit began to enter his soul. His consciousness began to become blurred, and he felt a sense of despair as if he had fallen into an abyss. He could not resist. He was powerless. The gap between their levels was too big. Even if he wanted to risk his life, he could not do it. That feeling was extreme despair. Heart Sword intent. It was useless. World Dao intent. It was also useless. All of his strength was too weak in front of a sovereign rank expert. He had no ability to resist at all. Self-destruction of the soul? Perish together. This was the last counterattack that Chun Zong could think of. However, was this enough to kill Swordmaster Dong Ting? It was probably not enough. In this case, he would add the Heart Sword intent and World Dao intent. The power produced by the collapse of the two supreme Dao intents and the self-destruction of the soul must be very strong. In the last fight, he would die. In an instant, Chun Zong detonated the Heart Sword intent, World Dao intent, and his soul. Don't even think about it. Swordmaster Dong Ting was furious. He never thought that Chun Zong would use this last move. If he succeeded in detonating the two supreme Dao insights and soul, then even if his true spirit remained intact, his body would definitely be mostly crippled. Even if he succeeded in fusing with the quintessence of the sword Tao, it would leave behind regrets, and it would go against the perfection he sought. The power descended in an instant and directly suppressed Chunzong's spirit sea. The heart sword intent, world Tao intent, and Chunzong's soul, which were about to explode, all froze. It was as if time and space were frozen, and they could no longer move. At the same time, Swordmaster Dongting's original body began to collapse and dissipate. There was no way out. Swordmaster Dongting was also putting all his eggs in one basket. There was a sudden change. The heart sword seal, which had been quietly staying in Chunzong's spirit sea, was dim and lifeless. It was as if it had lost everything. Chunzong had never taken it away because it was the heart sword seal that had changed him back then, allowing him to embark on the path of the sword. Although he had obtained some opportunities later on, they were not inferior to the heart sword seal at all. However, if it had not been for the changes brought about by the heart sword seal, he would still be struggling in the small eastern continent. Perhaps he would have married and had children and lived the life of an ordinary person. He might even have turned into a pile of dirt. Therefore, to Chunzong, the heart sword seal had an extraordinary meaning. It could be said that without the heart sword seal, he would not be where he was now. But now, everything would be for naught. The heart sword seal, which had been quietly dim and lifeless, suddenly trembled. It was as if some kind of terrifying existence had suddenly awakened from a deep sleep. An astonishing suction force suddenly erupted from the heart sword seal. The suction force did not seem to be particularly strong, but it was extremely tenacious and astonishing. It was endless like a whale sucking in water. Suddenly, the sword Tao origin that had been continuously assimilating into Chunzong's body was also affected. It turned into streams of water and entered the spirit sea, being absorbed by the heart sword seal. Absorb continuously. The power of the sword Tao origin was constantly being absorbed by the heart sword seal. The heart sword seal seemed to have awakened. It trembled slightly and released rays of silver light. It was as if an ancient god that had been sleeping for countless years had awakened. This change caused Swordmaster Dongting to panic. No, no, no! Swordmaster Dongting roared and used all his strength to block it. However, he realized that he could not block it. His strength was no longer at the level of his peak. Stop! Stop! He was not very sure what would happen after the sword Tao origin was absorbed. However, the feeling in his real spirit told him that it would not do him any good. It might even cause him harm. A feeling of catastrophe enveloped him. Fear! Fear! It poured out of him like a torrential flood. It was the same feeling as when he had been devoured by the great way of the sword. No! Stop! I beg you, stop! Chapter 2060. At this point, the heart sword seal had been dealt with. In the center of the void, a gigantic sphere, white at the top and black at the bottom, floated motionlessly. Within the white sphere was a vast world that seemed to have no end. In the center of this world was a huge cluster of palaces. The most eye-catching one was a palace that towered into the clouds. There were 33 levels. At this moment, in the depths of the 33 levels of heaven, in a zone of nothingness between white and black, a long sword floated motionlessly. The sword looked simple and exquisite. It also seemed ordinary. However, it was not ordinary in a place like this. Most importantly, the tip of the sword was gone. It was missing a section. Suddenly, for some unknown reason, the sword suddenly trembled and emitted a shocking buzzing sound. The originally ordinary sword suddenly flickered with an extremely dazzling light, as if a scorching sun had suddenly blossomed with an astonishing radiance. The hum of the sword resounded through the gray void where white and black intersected. Faintly, cracks spread rapidly with the sword as the center. The sword seemed to want to break free from this void. In the next breath, a figure appeared without a sound. The figure wore a white robe, and his hair and beard were also snow white. His figure rippled slightly, like a reflection in the water. It gave off an unreal feeling. It was like a flower in the mirror, or the moon in the water. If Swordmaster Dong Ting saw this figure, he would be extremely shocked. This figure was unfathomable. At this moment, the expert who would shock even Swordmaster Dong Ting revealed a shocked expression. It was as if he had seen something unbelievable. Why is this? Why is the heavenly wool sword like this? This sword must not be allowed to break free. Otherwise, the demonic heart realm will lose its suppression. Once it erupts, countless demonic hearts will rush out, and the entire void will be destroyed. As soon as he finished speaking, the elder's eyes flashed with an extremely intense light. He opened his arms, and his robe fluttered without any wind. An extremely terrifying sword pressure suddenly erupted from his body. Suppress. A loud roar resounded through the void. In an instant, the white-robed elder raised his arms. Sword light gushed out and then condensed into 33 beams in the sky. Each beam did not look big, but they seemed to be infinitely high and majestic. As he spoke, the 33 beams of sword light that seemed to carry the weight of heaven and earth suddenly struck down. Seal. The cracks around the broken sword were instantly suppressed and did not spread. Instead, they quickly healed. The 33 beams of sword light completely landed and sank into the broken sword. The broken sword gradually stopped vibrating and returned to normal. The white-robed elder heaved a sigh of relief. After observing for a while, he left with peace of mind. The sky was blue and far away, with thousands of white clouds. In an exquisite and elegant courtyard, there was someone practicing swordsmanship. The sword light was fine, faintly discernible, and every sword was silent, as if it had merged into the void. It looked simple and ordinary, as if there was nothing special about it. However, if one looked closely, they would be attracted to it and could not help but be sucked in, following the faintly discernible sword light as if it was shuttling through the void. The person who was practicing swordsmanship was Chunzong. However, Chunzong closed his eyes. He did not look, did not think, and did not have any thoughts. A new kind of guidance in the deepest part of his heart was guiding him to swing his sword. Even he did not know how to swing his sword next. Impermanence, indefinite, formless. The sword light was faint and did not seem to contain any power. However, it quietly condensed a trace of power. The trace of power seemed to be extremely terrifying. After a while, the sword light seemed to be connected from head to tail. It started from the scabbard and ended with the scabbard. The sword returned to the scabbard, but Chunzong still did not open his eyes. He stood still and said nothing. No one knew what he was thinking. Thinking back to what had happened before, he still felt that it was unbelievable. Daunting Sword Mountain, daunting Swordmaster. At that time, Chunzong thought that he was going to die. After all, the person who attacked him was a Sovereign Realm expert. Even if the Sovereign Realm expert was in his twilight years because of the backlash of the Sword Great Tao, he was still a Sovereign Realm expert. He was an expert that Chunzong could not resist. If such an expert wanted to kill Chunzong, perhaps he only needed a breath. However, Chunzong was targeted because of his talent. Because Chunzong had comprehended the sword principle origin and triggered the resonance of the sword principle origin. This gave Dongting Sword Master hope and the possibility of integrating with the sword principle origin. Therefore, it was perfectly justifiable for him to announce Chunzong as Dongting Sword Master and then summon him. Even if a bit of his genuine spirit was reborn in a body, no one would know that he was Dongting Sword Master. They would think that he was Chunzong, Dongting Sword Master. After that, Dongting Sword Master walked in the void with his soul and body and returned to being a Sovereign Realm expert. He even became stronger and achieved the so-called transcendence of this part of the void. It had to be said that Dongting Sword Master had planned for many, many years, and he was about to succeed. Chunzong would disappear because of this, leaving only a body for others to use. However, what Dongting Sword Master did not expect was that he would fail twice in a row on the Sword Great Tao. The first time was when he intercepted the Sword Principle Origin and was counterattacked by the Sword Great Tao. Since then, his soul and body had been constantly losing vitality. He was powerless to reverse the situation and could only rely on his own strength to delay the counterattack and leave a way out for himself. The second time, which was also this one time, because of the origin of Sword Tao, it had awakened the dormant Heartsword Seal. The power that had burst forth in an instant had caused Swordmaster Dong Ting to give up everything, and what little true spirit he had left behind had been destroyed. His success was because of the sword principle origin, and his failure was also because of the sword principle origin. If Dong Ting Swordmaster was not so ambitious and did not intend to integrate the sword principle origin into Chun Zong's body right now, but waited a little longer to occupy Chun Zong's soul and body first, then he planned to integrate the sword principle origin. Perhaps the situation would be different, because once the genuine spirit integrated into Chun Zong's soul, it would completely break away from Dong Ting Swordmaster and have nothing to do with him. Instead, it would become Chun Zong. It would become a Chun Zong who was led by Dong Ting Swordmaster's consciousness. A new Chun Zong would not be attacked by the Sword Great Tao. Similarly, it would not be rejected by the Sword Great Tao. Unfortunately, Dong Ting Swordmaster failed. His plan was flawless. However, he did not know about the existence of the Heartsword Seal. In fact, Chun Zong did not know about it either. He only knew that the Heartsword Seal had helped him rise and save his life. However, the Heartsword Seal seemed to have lost all its power and returned to silence. Gradually, Chun Zong regarded the Heartsword Seal as a souvenir. That was all. Who would have thought that it would be the Heartsword imprint that would save him once again? It had to be said that Dong Ting Swordmaster was really unlucky. He had planned for many years and laid out everything, but in the end, he failed. The price of failure was death. It was true death. He deceived everyone and gave up everything he had, leaving only a little genuine spirit. Even that genuine spirit was destroyed. Dong Ting Swordmaster was no longer in the void. The great Dong Ting Sword Mountain would not be glorious for long. It would decline soon. However, this had nothing to do with him. The Heartsword Seal absorbed the power of the Sword Tao origin and completely devoured it. From there, it burst out with astonishing power, shattering Sword Master Dong Ting's true spirit and shattering his ambitions. Moreover, it tore the void and brought Chun Zong away from Dong Ting Sword Mountain. Now, the Heartsword Seal was silent again. It did not move at all. No matter how Chun Zong tried to communicate with it, it was useless. Heartsword Seal, where did you come from? Chun Zong couldn't help but wonder. Previously, he thought that the Heartsword Seal was a treasure condensed by the Heartsword Saint. Now, it seemed that it was not. After all, the Heartsword Saint was only a great saint in the Lingwu holy world. He probably could not be compared to a sword sovereign like Dong Ting Swordmaster. Perhaps the Heartsword Seal had an even more mysterious origin and was coincidentally obtained by the Heartsword Saint. Perhaps the Heartsword Seal was related to the Will Heavenly Palace. Chun Zong made this conjecture after combining all the previous events. In that case, he had to go to the Will Heavenly Palace. However, now was not the time. He had to wait until he reached the imminent God realm to be able to protect himself in the void. At that time, he would go to the Will Heavenly Palace. As for now, he had to wait until he digested the memory of the Dong Ting Sword Master's genuine spirit, especially the memory of breaking through to the imminent God realm. After thinking, Chun Zong opened his eyes. "Brother Chun, what do you think of my swordsmanship?" A slightly immature voice came from outside the door. A young boy of 12 or 13 hurriedly ran in with a sword in his hand. He ran to Chun Zong and immediately got into a stance to practice a swordsmanship. Although the young boy was young, his stance was very stable. It seemed that he had a solid foundation. When he waved his sword, the sword light was like a gurgling stream. It was quite charming. Chun Zong could not help but nod secretly. Although there was a huge gap between his swordsmanship and his own, everything was relative. This young man was only 12 or 13 years old and had only been practicing swordsmanship for a few months. To be able to familiarize himself with the swordsmanship in a few months' time was enough to show that his talent in swordsmanship was not bad. After a while, the young boy finished practicing. His forehead was slightly sweaty and his breath was a little chaotic. However, he looked at Chunzong expectantly, waiting for Chunzong's comments. His swordsmanship was the family's swordsmanship, but he had received guidance from Chunzong. It was very effective. Chunzong understood the young boy's intention and gave him some advice. He did not miss anything. He was transported away from the Dongting Sword Mountain by the Heartsword Seal, but he was also badly injured. Fortunately, he was rescued by the young boy's sister and brought home. It took him more than 10 days to fully recover. This was a favor. While teaching the young boy, Chunzong divided his attention to organize the huge memory of the Dongting Swordmaster, looking for all kinds of things to pay attention to when breaking through to the imminent God realm. For Chunzong, this was no pressure at all. He could do it easily. Breaking through with preparation and without preparation were two different things. The success rate was not the same. Chapter 2061. The Cold Night Planet was a low-level planet, and it was ruled by the Cold Night Sect, a low-level star rank force. There were no other sects on the Cold Night Planet, and the forces were all inherited families. The Liu family was one of the inherited families. In the Liu family's hall, the family leader, Liu Hanyin, stared ahead with a hint of anger. Family leader, marrying me is your best choice. As for the dowry, I don't need much. Just use your Liu family's Liu sword. The middle-aged man, who was being glared at by Liu Hanyin, had a smug look on his face as he spoke to himself. Wang Zhichuan, you really have a good plan. You want both the woman and the money, Liu Hanyin said sarcastically. She was the family leader of the Liu family, and the Liu sword was the ancestral weapon of the Liu family. It was very precious. Only the family leader could use it. Family leader Wang's request is too much. The Liu sword is the ancestral weapon of the Liu family. It cannot be used as a dowry. The dowry should be something else, an elder of the Liu family suddenly said. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Third elder, what do you mean? The second elder immediately scolded. Wasn't third elder implying that he wanted Liu Hanyin to marry Wang Zhichuan? Wasn't this pushing the Liu family head into a fire pit? Sigh. In the end, I'm doing this for the good of the Liu family. The third elder sighed and acted as if he was thinking for the family. The Wang family is stronger than us and has some connections with the Cold Night sect. If Hanyin can marry the Wang family leader, it will only be good for the Liu family. Think about it. When the time comes, with the Wang family's help, it will be easier for the Liu family's disciples to become disciples of the Cold Night sect. That's right. As long as Hanyin marries me and uses the Liu sword as a dowry, I, Wang Zhichuan, promise you that every year, the Liu family will get 3 spots to enter the Cold Night sect. Wang Zhichuan struck while the iron was hot and promised. His words made all the elders of the Liu family excited. The Cold Night sect was the strongest force on the Cold Night planet. It was the ruler with many masters. With the Liu family's ability, it would be good if one person could become a disciple of the Cold Night sect. Now, the number of places could be increased to 3. That was an increase of several times. Over the years, the Liu family would definitely become even more powerful. Of course, people were selfish. If there were more spots, it would be easier to distribute them, and it would be easier for their descendants to get a spot. The elder's reaction caused Liu Hanyin's face to turn ashen and her heart to turn cold. She knew very well that Wang Zhichuan's motive for marrying her was none other than her physique. It was precisely because of this that she could not marry him. If she were to marry him now, she would definitely not have a good ending. Moreover, she did not like Wang Zhichuan. Family head Liu, you and our family head are a perfect match, a match made in heaven. An elder of the Wang family laughed strangely. Scram. Liu Hanyin exploded. Family head Liu, it seems that you're going to shed all pretense of cordiality. Wang Zhichuan suddenly revealed a cold smile. In that case, don't blame me for being impolite. Boom, boom. Powerful auras burst out from the bodies of the Wang family members. Demigod rank. All of them were at the demigod rank, and they were extremely powerful, especially Wang Zhichuan. Although he had a dirty mind, his cultivation had reached the 2nd stage of the demigod rank. For a moment, Everyone in the Liu family's hall was shocked. They gathered their auras to resist, but they were obviously at a disadvantage. On the Cold Night Star, the Wang family was a big family, while the Liu family was just a small family. Although there were no eminent god experts in the family, the Wang family had more than one second-stage demigod rank expert. The Liu family only had one second-stage demigod rank expert, the First Elder. However, he had left the family a few years ago and had yet to return. There were only 3 first-stage demigod rank experts left. They were the family head Liu Hanyin, the second elder, and the third elder. But this time, the Wang family had sent 4 demigod rank experts, and the most powerful one, Wang Jichuan, was at the second stage of the demigod rank. Crushing. This was crushing strength for the Liu family. Liu Hanyin, I'll give you one last chance. Wang Jichuan emitted an extremely powerful aura, suppressing the entire hall. His eyes flickered, and he looked as ferocious as a demon. Your choice would determine the survival of the Liu family. Hanyin, for the sake of the Liu family, marry him. The third elder insisted. The second elder's expression kept changing. Obviously, he was also thinking about it, but he didn't say anything. Liu Hanyin gritted her teeth. This despicable person dared to use the Liu family to threaten her. What should she do? She could only compromise. Otherwise, the Liu family would be destroyed. Since the Wang family was related to the Cold Knight sect, even if they destroyed the Liu family, they wouldn't be punished by the Cold Knight sect. Liu Hanyin closed her eyes in pain. One choice was for the Liu family to be destroyed, and the other was for her to fall into the fire pit. The Liu family would most likely become the Wang family's vassal. Neither choice was good. Family head Liu, do you need help? At this moment, a gentle voice, like a silent drizzle, blew in from outside the hall with a gust of wind. It blew into everyone's ears, ignoring all the tyrannical pressure, and went straight into Liu Hanyin's heart. Liu Hanyin was slightly startled. She seemed to have heard that voice somewhere before. Involuntarily, a figure appeared in her mind. It was the person she had saved before. After saving him, they didn't have much interaction. She only knew that he had a good swordsmanship through her brother. As for his strength, she didn't know anything. But now, the other party had appeared here. Did he have enough confidence in his own strength? Liu Hanyin, who was quick-witted, had many thoughts flashing through her mind. If it's possible, Liu Hanyin didn't think for too long. Her thoughts turned in an instant, and she said, this meant that if Chun Zong had the confidence to fight against the Wang family head and the others, then he should attack. If not, then he shouldn't attack. As you wish. The voice sounded again. Immediately, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly descended, directly suppressing the Wang family's 4 demigod experts. Terrifying. This aura was extremely terrifying. The Wang family head and the others seemed to see a heavenly sword floating in the air, emitting an extremely shocking sword pressure. It was a very pure sword pressure, a direct suppression. To a certain extent, sword pressure was a type of aura. However, only sword cultivators with high attainments in swordsmanship could turn aura into sword pressure. And after the aura turned into sword pressure, the power was even more terrifying. Under the pressure of the sword, those whose strength and aura were not strong enough to resist would directly lose the ability to resist. Although the Wang family head and the others weren't weak compared to Qinzong, there was a huge gap. According to the theory, demigod was a realm with unlimited potential. The strong could be extremely strong and could suppress other demigod experts. Now that Qinzong was in the demigod realm, he didn't think he could find a match. Kneel. Under Qinzong's extremely terrifying sword pressure, the Wang family head and the others knelt down one after another. This scene shocked the Liu family head. They didn't feel any aura at all, because Qinzong perfectly controlled his sword pressure, only using it on the Wang family head and the others. In the past, Qinzong couldn't do it. But now, after grasping the beginner level of swordsmanship and obtaining the memories of Swordmaster Dongting, it wasn't difficult for him to do it. In fact, it was very easy. The veins on Wang Jichuan's forehead bulged. He kept struggling and using all his strength, but he still couldn't resist. The sword pressure was too terrifying. Not only did it suppress his body, but it also suppressed his mind. It was as if his whole body was about to be crushed. Lu family head, are you dead or alive? Chunzong didn't enter the hall, but his voice sounded again. The four Wang family head were terrified. Lu Hanyan's expression also changed. The life and death of the four Wang family head were in her hands. If possible, Lu Hanyan would want them dead. But she couldn't because the Wang family was stronger than the Lu family. If they died in the Lu family head, the Cold Knight sect would investigate. It would definitely be a disaster for the Lu family. Therefore, as the family head, Lu Hanyan had to consider from the perspective of the family. In the end, she let the four Wang family head go, but she made them swear not to have any ideas about the Lu family head. In this regard, Chunzong didn't show up, nor did he say anything else. However, Chunzong knew that the Wang family head wouldn't give up so easily. They would definitely come again. However, as long as it wasn't an imminent God Realm expert, Chunzong wasn't afraid. The Cold Knight star was only a low-level star. In the Cold Knight sect, there was only one imminent God Realm expert. Although the Wang family had some relationship with the Cold Knight sect, they didn't have enough face to invite the only imminent God Realm expert to come out. As long as it wasn't an imminent God Realm expert, what was there to be afraid of? It was a pity that he hadn't been able to fuse with the Sword Dao origin source, and had instead been absorbed by the Heart Sword Seal. Otherwise, according to the memories of Sword Master Dong Ting, if he had successfully fused with the Sword Dao origin source, he might have had the battle prowess of an imminent deity realm expert. Although it was a pity that he didn't get such an opportunity, Chunzong didn't have much regret. After all, if the Heart Sword Seal hadn't swallowed and absorbed the Sword Principle origin, it wouldn't have had enough power to destroy the true spirit of Sword Master Dongting, and it wouldn't have been able to send him away from the Dongting Sword Mountain. If he had truly fused with the Sword Principle origin, he would have been replaced by Sword Master Dongting. He wouldn't be himself anymore. Therefore, there was a saying that every loss had a gain. Even if he hadn't successfully fused with the Sword Principle origin, the initial fusion had brought him a lot of benefits. The most obvious one was the improvement of his Taichu sword origin body. It had risen from a middle-level spirit body to a high-level spirit body. Chunzong had tested it himself. If he used the power of the Taichu sword origin body, it could instantly increase the power of the Taichu sword origin body by 90%. It was very significant. Of course, this kind of power couldn't be maintained for long. It could only be used for a short period of time, like a secret technique. The advantage was that it didn't have any side effects. It was like a secret technique that had no side effects and could be improved. In an elegant and exquisite courtyard, Chunzong was meditating and organizing the memories of Sword Master Dongting. Chapter 2062. The Wang family mansion was several times more luxurious and spacious than the Lu family mansion. Powerful auras were entrenched in it. Is he here yet? Wang Zhichuan asked sternly in the hall. Soon. He should be here in half an hour. An elder replied immediately. In the Wang family, the patriarch's word was law. Very good. Set up a banquet immediately and entertain him with the highest standards. Wang Zhichuan's eyes were almost glowing red. After entertaining that lord and letting him enjoy himself, he would get back all the humiliation he had suffered. Lu family. This time, in order to get back the humiliation he had suffered in the Lu family, Wang Zhichuan had paid a huge price. In the end, he had contacted that lord from the Cold Knight sect and made him agree to come out once. That lord was a great expert in the Cold Knight sect, second only to the only imminent god expert. Back then, he had almost broken through to the imminent god realm, but he had failed due to bad luck. However, he had survived, and his strength was much stronger than a demigod expert. False god realm, also called false god realm. It referred to those who had failed to break through to the imminent god realm, but were lucky enough to survive. Although they had failed, they still had a trace of Dao energy. Therefore, although their strength was not as strong as a true imminent God Realm expert, they still had some imminent God Realm power, far stronger than a demigod realm expert. There were very few false god realm cultivators, far fewer than demigod realm experts. After all, breaking through to the imminent god realm was mostly success and failure, and the result of failure was more than 70% death. 20% would not die, but they would lose all their strength and become a cripple. The remaining 10% were false god realm cultivators. High up in the sky, two figures were flying quickly. One of them was Wang Jichuan, and the other was dressed in a black robe. He had a bald head and a fierce face. At first glance, one could tell that he was not someone to be trifled with. Of course, in the world of cultivators, strength and appearance had nothing to do with strength. However, Wang Jichuan's face was full of respect. Are you sure that the Liu family patriarch has the 3 spirit body? The bald man confirmed again. That's right, Lord Three Knights. Liu Hanyan has the 3 spirit body. Wang Jichuan's tone was incomparably certain. The reason why he had wanted to marry Liu Hanyan back then was because he had taken a fancy to her 3 spirit body. If he made love with her, he would be able to obtain the other party's pure 3 spirit body energy and turn it into his own. It would be able to purify his own body and improve his cultivation. This was not only useful to him, but it was also useful to semi-divinity realm cultivators as well. Even though he would not be able to make a breakthrough to Ascendant Spirit Realm, he could still raise his potential and raise his fighting prowess. 3 spirit body. It must be very satisfying to use such a woman. 3 Knights revealed a sinister smile. This expression caused Wang Jichuan to shudder. In these 3 days, the Wang family had prepared 20 beauties for 3 Knights, but all of them had been played to death. She was afraid that in this pervert's heart, the power of the 3 spirit body was not as fun as that body. What a pity. Wang Jichuan couldn't help but think. But when he thought of how he had been forced to kneel, that kind of humiliation burned in his heart, turning into anger. No matter what, this humiliation had to be returned. After Liu Hanyin came to the courtyard to thank Shenzong, she didn't know what to say, so she took her leave. Shenzong began to meditate again. Up until now, he had dug out all his strength to the extreme. He had reached the limit of semi-divinity realm, and there was no more room for improvement. Then, naturally, he would have to make a breakthrough to Ascendant Spirit Realm. There were 2 reasons why Shenzong hadn't made a breakthrough yet. First, he didn't know enough about Ascendant Spirit Realm. The memory of Sword Master Dong Ting was very vast, and he had to pick out the parts related to breaking through to Ascendant Spirit Realm and make preparations. This was Shenzong's habit. Second, it was the Divine Life Weapon. Shenzong had a feeling that it might be better to nurture the Divine Life Weapon before he broke through to Ascendant Spirit Realm. This was also what Su Luan had said. This way, its potential would be greater. Previously, there were still 3 years left before the Divine Life Weapon would be nurtured. But this time, because of the origin of Sword Dao, there were some traces of Sword Dao origin fused into it, shortening the nurturing time. 15 days. There were still 15 days left before the Divine Life Weapon could be nurtured. Shenzong was also looking forward to his Divine Life Weapon, because it was the Divine Life Weapon that carried his essence, chi, spirit, and Sword Dao accumulation. It would be closely related to him. If there were no accidents, the Divine Life Weapon would accompany him. In the future, he wouldn't have to change swords all the time. In order to break through to Ascendant Spirit Realm, I need to bear Dao fruit first and go through the test of Heaven's test. After that, I will be recognized by the Great Way and master Dao power. Then, I will truly step into Ascendant Spirit Realm and join the ranks of the strong in the void. Suddenly, a feeling of uneasiness spread out from his heart. Shenzong stopped thinking and looked at the sky. Soon after, Shenzong revealed a smile. Finally, it's here. Let's see who this person is who can make me feel uneasy. Of course, Shenzong was sure that it wasn't the Ascendant Spirit Realm, because if it was, the uneasiness he felt would be many times stronger than now. Since it wasn't the Ascendant Spirit Realm, what was there to be afraid of? Aura, an extremely strong and cold aura suddenly spread out from the distant sky. As the aura spread, it was as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas. It dyed the sky dark, as if night had fallen. The Liu family was shrouded. Under the terrifying aura, their whole body was cold and trembling. A strong warrior had arrived. It was a strong warrior that the Liu family couldn't resist. Moreover, the aura was very terrifying. Obviously, he didn't come with good intentions. Come out, come out. Wang Zhichuan's voice sounded with a hint of ferocity and instantly spread throughout the Liu family. Chunzong knew that he was talking about himself. Wang Zhichuan, are you going to break the oath? Liu Hanyin said with difficulty under the strong aura. Of course not. I won't do anything. Wang Zhichuan laughed sinisterly. That day, when he was forced to make the oath, he played a little word game. He only said that the Wang family wouldn't cause trouble for the Liu family, but he didn't say that he wouldn't use other means to cause trouble for the Liu family. Not bad, not bad. As expected of a woman with a three-in spiritual body. Just looking at you, you're full of flavor. The bald three knights squeezed out a smile, but no matter how you looked at it, it was terrifying. He took a deep breath, as if he was smelling the fragrance of Liu Hanyin's body, and revealed an intoxicated expression. You are qualified to be my woman. Compared to the women he had seen before, this Liu Hanyin was more feminine. The kind of aura attracted him, making him feel restless. However, Liu Hanyin didn't think so. This person was very ugly, fierce, and spoke like this, which made Liu Hanyin feel disgusted, especially when he was in the same group as Wang Zhichuan. Liu Hanyin, it's your good fortune to be liked by Lord Three Knights of the Cold Night clan. Wang Zhichuan laughed, but when he thought of a woman like Liu Hanyin being pressed down by a pervert like Three Knights, he was very unhappy. Wang Zhichuan's words made Liu Hanyin and the others' faces change drastically. They all knew about the Cold Night clan. With their status, they naturally heard of Lord Three Knights. He was the #1 expert in the Cold Night clan other than the imminent god expert. It was said that he was a false god expert who failed to break through to the imminent god realm. His strength was very terrifying. Once, there was a second-tier demigod expert who challenged everywhere, defeating one strong opponent after another. He almost defeated all the famous experts on the Cold Night planet and won all of them. This person challenged the Cold Night clan in high spirits and defeated many experts of the Cold Night clan. In the end, he provoked Three Knights to come out. One move. In just one move, that expert was killed by Three Knights. That battle also made people realize the existence and strength of a false god expert. Wang Zhichuan was able to invite a false god expert to come out. This was definitely a disaster for the Liu family. Family head Liu quickly asked that person who hid his head and showed his tail to come out. Wang Zhichuan shouted again, "You can't even withstand my sword pressure. Are you qualified to say that?" A voice suddenly sounded. It was like a spring breeze blowing over Three Knights' astonishing aura. Interesting. Three Knights' expression changed slightly. This person was indeed extraordinary to be able to ignore his aura. However, as long as he was a demigod expert, there was nothing to worry about. At most, the difference was just one move, or two or three moves. As if a gust of wind blew over, a figure appeared not far away from Liu Hanyin. Very young. This was Wang Zhichuan's and Three Knights' first impression. With such a young age, he shouldn't be very strong. There was only one explanation. A genius. A top genius. Which force are you from? Three Knights' eyes were a little serious. Although he was confident that he could kill this person, he would be in big trouble if he was a disciple of a big force. A wandering cultivator. Chunzong smiled slightly. His current identity was indeed a wandering cultivator. As for the sword son of Dongting, he was the one who killed the sword master of Dongting. Therefore, he couldn't lie and say that he was a disciple of Dongting's Sword Mountain. How thick-skinned would he have to be to say that? A wandering cultivator. Three Knights repeated. His eyes suddenly became incomparably cold. As the cold light flickered, it was as if he wanted to pierce through Chunzong. An extremely cold aura swept over like an ice storm, whistling and rushing over as if to drown and devour Chinzong. Chinzong didn't move. Instead, he endured and felt the impact and suppression of the aura. Is this the aura of a demigod expert? Indeed, compared to a demigod expert, there was a slight difference. There was something extra, and that extra thing was a power that could cause an obvious suppression to a demigod expert. However, to Chinzong, this kind of suppression was obviously not enough. After all, Chinzong was very confident that his current strength had already surpassed that of many demigod rank experts and had reached an astonishing height. Demigod experts weren't of much interest to him anymore. Perhaps this demigod expert could give him a good fight to his heart's content. Chapter 2063. Chinzong's figure flashed as he flew up into the sky, quickly leaving the Liu clan. There was a mountain outside. Chinzong was worried that if a battle broke out in the Liu clan, the terrifying power would destroy the Liu clan. In the end, he owed Liu Hanyan a favor. Even if he didn't owe her a favor, he couldn't implicate the innocent. Naturally, 3 knights followed suit and chased after Chinzong at an astonishing speed. Above the mountain, 2 figures were floating in the air. You're very courageous. The last person who dared to challenge me like you was crushed by me in one move. 3 knights sneered. His fierce-looking face looked even more frightening. His words sent chills down Chinzong's spine. You talk too much nonsense. Chinzong sighed and unsheathed his violet lightning sword. Lightning surged, and sword chi pierced through the air. It was like a bolt of lightning that tore through the void. It was swift, violent, and extremely tyrannical. I won't kill you so easily. I'll slowly let you know my methods. 3 knights became even more ferocious and furious. A mere demigod rank didn't kneel and beg for mercy in front of him. Instead, he dared to provoke him and even took the initiative to attack him. How arrogant was he? How could he vent his anger if he didn't torture the other party? Ha ha, he's dead for sure. Lord 3 Knights is angry. Wang Jichuan laughed, looking very carefree. Facing Chinzong's sword, 3 Knights made his move. He didn't use any weapons because his arms were his weapons. The black light flashed and swept up. It carried a shocking chill as it rushed out in an instant. When the sword light and the black light collided, the sword light was shattered and the black light continued to attack. Chinzong casually launched that sword attack, so it didn't matter if it was destroyed. However, from the collision, Chinzong felt that there was a trace of power that didn't belong to the demigod rank. It was even more brilliant. That was a strength that surpassed the demigod rank. Even Chinzong's extremely condensed strength was slightly inferior to that of the demigod rank. There was nothing that could be done about that. This was a fundamental difference. If he was already in such a predicament, the difference between him and any other demigod rank player would be even greater. But to him, it was just that. Once again, Chinzong struck out with his sword and shattered the black light. This time, he used his real strength. What level had his current strength reached? Chinzong himself didn't have much of an idea. After all, his strength had increased very quickly at this stage. He only dared to say that he wouldn't be able to find a match among the demigod ranks. Since that was the case, he would be able to have a good battle with a semi-divinity realm cultivator and test out his current strength. Fight! He activated all of his primordial sword essence. Even though Chinzong's primordial sword essence had failed to fuse with the origin of sword, his primordial sword essence had also been affected. Its purity had increased, and its might had also increased. On top of that, the breakthrough in his sword Dao allowed Chinzong to look at his swordsmanship from a higher vantage point. It was as if he was looking at the eyes of a god, and he was able to find many flaws in his swordsmanship and improve it. He was able to raise his swordsmanship to the highest level possible at his current stage, making it even more profound and powerful. Every single sword attack was executed in accordance with a certain trajectory in the void. It was natural and simple, but it contained astonishing power. In the distance, the crowd was watching the battle between the 2 figures, and the more they watched, the more shocked they became. That was because the two of them seemed to be evenly matched in the battle. The semi-divinity realm expert, known as Three Knights, didn't have the upper hand. Everyone could feel his aura growing stronger and stronger, but he was still unable to suppress the other party. How was this possible? Wang Jichuan was stunned. This was completely different from what he had expected when he first arrived. After all, Lord Three Knights was a semi-divinity realm expert, the strongest semi-divinity realm cultivator in the world. How could he possibly be unable to suppress a demigod realm cultivator? No, it must be that Lord Three Knights hasn't used his full strength yet. He's just toying with me. Once he's done toying with me, he'll be able to take me down in an instant. However, this was just his self-consolation. If Three Knights were to hear his words, he would probably kill him with a single slap. What do you mean by haven't used his full strength yet? I've already used my full strength. Of course, he did hold back a little. It was just that the method he held back was like a kind of secret technique or secret technique. He would not use it easily. He would only use it at the most crucial moment. Three Knights felt stifled. He had never thought that he would end up fighting a demigod realm expert to such an extent. Shouldn't it be a one-sided fight? However, reality was reality. His opponent was no ordinary demigod realm expert, a prodigy that could only be nurtured by the major sections. Otherwise, there was no way he could be so powerful. However, the battle had already begun. Every strike of his opponent was aimed at killing him. The only way to deal with him was to kill him. As for the hidden dangers after killing him, he would deal with them later. Besides, if his opponent was really a prodigy from a major sect, he would definitely have all sorts of valuable treasures on him. Even if he were to leave, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Shenzong didn't activate his domain of Sword Dao because there was no need for it. He discovered that he was able to deal with his opponent just by relying on his other means. Furthermore, he was gradually gaining the upper hand after seeing through his opponent's attacks. This was a hopeless situation for Three Knights. As a semi-divinity realm expert, he was actually suppressed by a demigod realm expert. If word of this were spread, he would be the biggest joke in the world. Since that's the case, don't blame me for using this power. Three Knights' eyes suddenly changed. It was as though they were filled with boundless darkness. It was so dark that it caused one's heart to palpitate. It was so dark that it caused the surrounding temperature to drop. In an instant, boundless darkness rapidly spread from all directions. It was as though the night was spreading. An astonishing cold aura also began to spread. The temperature plummeted. Frost could be seen in the air. The mountain that had collapsed due to the collision of their powers was also covered in a layer of gray frost. This kind of power caused Chunzong's heart to palpitate. This was a power that had completely surpassed the demigod realm. It was a supreme power, Dao energy. Chunzong, who had obtained the memories of Sword Master Dong Ting, immediately understood what was going on. This was the Dao energy that only eminent divinity realm experts could control. Semi-divinity realm experts couldn't control all of their Dao energy. They could only control a portion of it. However, this portion of Dao energy couldn't be used as normal means. It could only be used like a secret art. Even so, it was still extremely terrifying. Without using Dao energy, the difference in prowess was several times greater. With a loud boom, a black streak of light shot out from Three Knights' hands. Under the condensation of Dao energy, it was extremely cold. It seemed as though it was going to devour Chunzong whole. It was as though he was going to be devoured by darkness. Sword Dao Domain. Without any hesitation, Chunzong activated his Sword Dao Domain, covering a radius of 10 meters. After the black streak of light entered the radius of 10 meters, Chunzong sensed that its speed had decreased by more than 10 times. Its trajectory also became incomparably clear. Under Chunzong's perception, everything within the black streak of light became clear. The Sword Dao Domain was undoubtedly an existence that was even more profound than Dao energy. It was a realm that even eminent divinity realm experts had yet to master. How could a mere semi-divinity realm expert understand the profoundness of it? Swinging the sword, it seemed like a casual strike, but it was like a breeze blowing through the dust. There was an indescribable sense of satisfaction, as if he was taking a stroll in the back garden or lying on a boulder on a mountain and watching the clouds roll by. However, it was this casual swing of the sword that carried Chunzong's entire strength. Chunzong's extremely high level of swordsmanship allowed him to control the weight of his sword as he wished. Even when he unleashed his full power, no one would be able to tell what he was doing. People might think that he was just swinging his sword casually, but in reality, he was carrying an extremely powerful force. It was like when you saw the other party swinging the sword at you. It seemed very simple and effortless. It was estimated that it couldn't even cut down a tree. However, the moment you were hit by the sword, you realized that the power contained in the sword was extremely terrifying and astonishing. It was definitely not impossible for it to cut down a tree, but it could destroy a mountain. That sword directly hit the intersection of the countless trajectories of the black streak of light. That was the strongest point, but also the weakest point. With a popping sound, the black light shattered and exploded. It was like a black firework that was dazzling beyond compare. However, its power was astonishing. It directly penetrated and shattered the remaining part of the mountain. Its destructive power was extremely shocking. How is this possible? Three Knights was stunned. Not only was he unable to kill the other party with a single strike, he was even defeated by the other party's sword. It was as though he was hallucinating. One must know that when he activated his Tao, his attack would be raised by at least 3 times. This was something that no secret art could compare with. Horrifying, goosebumps, extreme fear. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Three Knights' mind. In the end, they settled on a single thought: to cut off the other party's path forward. No matter how talented you are, no matter how powerful you are, as long as you can't advance to semi-divinity realm, you are nothing, Three Knights sneered maliciously. Indeed, he had thought of a way to deal with the other party. Not only could he cut off the other party's path forward, he might even be able to kill the other party. That was to tell the other party about the profoundness of semi-divinity realm. Needless to say, he only needed to tell the other party the name of semi-divinity realm. It was already in existence that contained the profoundness of Tao. Do you know that the first tier of semi-divinity realm is called Tao controlling realm? The profoundness of Tao controlling realm is... Three Knights immediately opened his mouth and gathered his power. The profoundness of semi-divinity realm was transmitted to Chunzong's ears. He didn't say it directly because it would be blurred by the power of the great Tao of heaven and earth. He had once failed to break through to semi-divinity realm, but he had grasped a trace of Tao power. Therefore, he was qualified to know. Now, he was going to cut off Chunzong's path to Tao and cut off his future. As soon as Three Knights' words entered his ears, Chunzong knew the other party's sinister intentions. In an instant, he felt a sense of fear and trepidation, but it only lasted for a moment before he calmed down. Chapter 2064, World's Descent. Heart Refinement. Zhang Xian's first sword strike was imbued with the might of the will of the world. It was as if an entire world had descended upon the semi-divinity realm expert Three Knights, suppressing him in an instant, rendering him completely immobile. Three Knights and the void around him seemed to have been completely frozen. There was not the slightest ripple. The second sword strike followed. This time, it carried the sharpness of the heart's sword intent. It could pierce through anything, and the speed of the sword was so fast that it followed a trajectory in the world. Pierced through. The sword chi exploded in Three Knights' body, spreading to his limbs and bones. Shock and confusion were written all over Three Knights' face. The other party was clearly just a demigod realm expert, so why did he not react at all after hearing the secret of the imminent god realm? He was not tested by the great Tao. Confused. Utterly confused, filled with bewilderment, Three Knights was ravaged by the sword chi. Excruciating pain swept through every inch of his body, and his strength was constantly being drained away. Death. A semi-divinity realm expert had died. To a certain extent, semi-divinity realm experts were even more precious than imminent God realm experts. For example, there were times when imminent God realm experts were unwilling to make a move due to their status, and semi-divinity realm experts were insufficient, so semi-divinity realm experts were more useful. The Frigid Knight sect was only a low-tier star rank power, but they were able to have a semi-divinity realm expert in their ranks. Even some mid-tier and high-tier star rank powers might not necessarily have a semi-divinity realm expert. But now, a semi-divinity realm expert had come here because of lust, and he had lost his life. He's dead. Wang Jichuan was completely stunned. He had never thought that the powerful 3 knights would be killed just like that. Then, he shuddered, and his face turned pale. Without any hesitation, he whipped up a gust of wind and fled into the distance. No matter what, it was best for him to leave first. After leaving, he would send the news back to the Frigid Knight sect. It would be best if he could get the imminent God realm expert of the Frigid Knight sect to make a move. Wang Jichuan's reaction was quick, but Qinzong also looked over at the same time. With a calm expression, he flicked his finger, and a wisp of sword qi tore through the air. The sound of thunder resounded in the air. Philip's swift thunder. Wang Jichuan, who had already flown thousands of meters away at full speed, suddenly trembled as if he had been struck by lightning. His back caved in as if he had been directly hit by an invisible giant hammer. The terrifying power penetrated through his body, directly shattering his heart. Shocking sword qi also covered his entire body, wreaking havoc endlessly, exterminating his vitality. Falling. Like a bird that had been shot by an arrow, his entire body fell rapidly. The members of the Liu family were like wooden pillars. They didn't move at all. They were all scared silly. Qinzong's sword qi rolled up the corpses of Wang Jichuan and 3 knights, and quickly left. Liu family leader, leave this matter to me. Consider it as repayment for your kindness to me. If the people of the Cold Knight clan pursue this matter, just say that I killed them and it has nothing to do with your Liu family. Qinzong's voice also sounded and entered Liu Hanyan's ears. Wait! Liu Hanyan reacted and was about to call out to Qinzong, but Qinzong's speed was extremely fast. In just an instant, he had already flown thousands of meters away. In the next breath, he seemed to have disappeared without a trace. The reason why he left was that Qinzong also knew that killing 3 knights and Wang Jichuan was definitely not a small matter. It was a troublesome matter. Although he didn't like trouble, sometimes he had to face it. If he didn't take responsibility for this matter, the Liu family would probably be exterminated. Moreover, no matter what the reason was, those 2 people were indeed killed by him. The Cold Knight clan has an imminent god. It should be at the level of the path controlling realm. Qinzong thought to himself as he flew away from the Liu family. The path controlling realm was the first level of the imminent god. The Cold Knight clan won't let the false god realm go just like that. They will definitely find me. At that time, maybe that imminent god will directly attack. Qinzong couldn't help but shudder when he thought that he might have to face a spirit ascension expert. This shudder wasn't from fear, but an indescribable excitement that made his blood boil uncontrollably. However, before that, he had to break through to the imminent god realm first. Only then would he have the real strength to fight with an imminent god expert. Soon, the 2 corpses were disposed of. As for their storage rings, they became Qinzong's trophies. This was how wealth was accumulated. Qinzong was familiar with it. Finding a remote valley, Qinzong settled down for the time being. While waiting for the divine weapon to be born, he thought about the way to break through to the imminent god realm. To break through to the imminent god realm, one must first condense the seed of Tao on the flower of the ultimate realm. Then, one must go through the test of the heavenly tribulation. After passing the heavenly tribulation, the seed of Tao will turn into a fruit of Tao, and one will master the power of the great path. That's the path controlling realm. However, any cultivator can only choose one will to condense the seed of Tao and bear the fruit of Tao. In the memory of Sword Master Daunting, this was the rule. This was also the rule in the void. No matter how many wills one had mastered, to break through to the imminent God realm, one could only choose one will of Tao. This meant that one had to give up the other wills. The first level of the imminent God realm was the path controlling realm. As the name implied, it was to control the great path and control the power of the great path. It was also called Tao power. The great path was extremely mysterious. Any kind of great path would require a lifetime of pursuit and exploration. The cultivation of the imminent God realm was to constantly comprehend and control the great path, and finally master the great path. Outstanding cultivators would choose from the various Tao insights they grasped, and then fuse them together to form a new and stronger Tao insight before using this Tao insight to break through. The strength of the will of the Tao and the power of the Tao wielded by those who had broken through to the Tao manipulation realm also differed in strength, as did their potential. For example, the Great Path, after breaking through to the Supreme, was naturally the strongest Great Path. Sword Master Daunting had mastered 4 wills of Tao. The 4 wills of Tao corresponded to the wills of the 4 great swords of Daunting's Sword Mountain. However, he did not choose one of them. Instead, with great perseverance, he merged the 4 wills of Tao into the perfect will in his mind. He named it Daunting Will of Tao. This will of Tao was the supreme will of Tao. According to Sword Master Daunting's memory, only those who had mastered the supreme will of Tao had a chance to become a dominator. In other words, if one did not master the supreme will of Tao before breaking through to the imminent God realm, it was almost impossible for one to become a dominator in one's lifetime. Of course, there were always exceptions. It required a supreme opportunity to create one. Now, this had become a point of distress for Chunzong. The Heartsword Will and the World Will of Tao were both at the supreme will level. To break through to the imminent God realm, one could only choose one of them to condense the seed of Tao and bear the fruit of Tao. How should he choose? Chunzong leaned towards the Heartsword Will, but he was very reluctant to give up the World Will of Tao. After all, it was a supreme will of Tao. Merge the Heartsword Will and the World Will of Tao to form a new will of Tao. This method might work, but Chunzong was not confident at all. Merging wills of Tao was full of risks. Swordmaster Daunting had spent a lot of time before he succeeded. He had also experienced many dangers, and a lot of luck had played a role in it. And that was only the fusion of the supreme will of Tao. The Heartsword Will and the World Will of Tao were both supreme wills. The difficulty of merging them was more than 10 times higher than the fusion of the supreme will of Tao. The danger was also more than 10 times higher. The slightest carelessness would cause the wills of Tao to clash with each other. If the fusion failed, the wills of Tao would collapse. What did that mean? It meant that Chunzong would lose his will of Tao and would never be able to condense it again. He would never be able to reach the imminent God realm. Even at the demigod realm, his strength would be greatly reduced because of the loss of his will of Tao. Wealth came from danger. Chunzong was very clear about this. The greater the opportunity, the greater the risk. However, there were times when one had no choice but to take the risk. Sometimes it was because one had some confidence. Even if it was only a little, one still had to take the risk. This time, Chunzong did not have the slightest confidence in merging the Heartsword Will and the World Will of Tao. Moreover, when he was about to merge the 2 wills of Tao, a feeling of disaster arose from the depths of his soul. Chunzong could only give up on the idea of merging the Heartsword Will and the World Will of Tao. So how should he choose? Perhaps he could find a way from Sword Master Daunting's memories. After all, Sword Master Daunting's memories were incomparably vast. They far surpassed Chunzong's own memories. Chunzong did not dare to release them all at once. He could only release them bit by bit. Otherwise, his own memories would be scattered and become chaotic. At that time, he might no longer be himself. After spending nearly a month, the memories Chunzong digested were just the tip of the iceberg to Sword Master Daunting. Time passed slowly in the valley. The divine life weapon in the inner world was constantly evolving and gradually taking shape. The essence of Chunzong's Heartsword Will, the World Will of Tao, and everything else seemed to be merging into the divine life weapon bit by bit. In the inner world, the divine life weapon gradually vibrated. Light appeared on its own and turned into streaks of sword chi that circled around. More and more sword chi appeared in all directions. It was as if they were endless, filling the entire inner world. Chunzong, who was digesting Sword Master Dongting's memories, was also awakened. In an instant, streaks of sword chi spread out rapidly with Chunzong's body as the center. They circled around him and shuttled back and forth like spiritual snakes dancing in the air. In an instant, more and more sword chi appeared and expanded. They kept condensing into streaks of dazzling sword light that covered a radius of 1,000 meters. Chunzong's body flew up and floated in the air. The countless streaks of sword light split up and circled around a radius of 1,000 meters. With Chunzong as the center, they formed a ball of sword light. Every streak of sword light emitted a shocking sharpness. It was as if they could penetrate, tear, and shatter everything. The streaks of sword light gradually shrank and converged. Finally, they condensed into a thicker and brighter streak of sword light in front of Chunzong and turned into a long sword. Chapter 2065. Good Sword. Chunzong flicked his fingers, and the sword vibrated slightly, as if it was boneless. The vibrating sword chime entered everyone's ears and shocked everyone. Chunzong could roughly tell whether the sword was good or not at first glance. He could tell even more with a flick of his fingers. A good sword was not only hard enough so that it would not be chipped easily, but it also had to be tough enough so that it would not break. Chunzong felt that this sword was connected to his blood and heart, as if it had grown out of his body like his internal organs. It was as if it had become his sixth internal organ. Divine Weapon of Destiny. Divine Weapon of Destiny. As for the purple thunder sword, he had already removed the refinement. From now on, he only had this one sword, the Divine Weapon of Destiny. The sword is born from the heart, and the sword is formless. It gathers and separates at the will of the heart. Chunzong muttered to himself. His fingers gently brushed across the sword. His gaze was gentle, reflecting the sword. It was as if there was only this sword. In that case, I'll call you the ultimate heart phaseless sword, Chunzong said softly. He flicked his fingers, and the sword chime was melodious. The sword seemed to be cheering. This sword should have its own spirituality. A ray of divine light suddenly flowed across the sword. It was like flowing water, endless and endless. Chunzong could feel that this sword's power was slightly stronger than the purple thunder sword. However, the most important thing was its potential. It was a potential that the purple thunder sword could not compare to. Chunzong was very excited to get the ultimate heart phaseless sword. He was like a child who had gotten his favorite toy. He loved it so much that he forgot about everything else and immersed himself in the exploration of the ultimate heart phaseless sword. After some exploration, Chunzong found out that the ultimate heart phaseless sword could be divided into two forms. One form was the real sword form, which was the form he was holding in his hand. The other form was the sword light form. 10,000 swords. Transform. Chunzong loosened his grip on the sword. In an instant, the extreme heart non-phase sword shone with a dazzling light. Like exploding fireworks, it turned into streaks of sword light. Each streak of sword light was as thick as a strand of hair. There were 10,000 streaks of sword light. 10,000 streaks of sword light were densely hovering around Chunzong. With a single thought, the 10,000 sword lights danced around his body, displaying different sword moves. It was as if there were 10,000 people practicing with swords at the same time. Of course, although Chunzong could multitask, he was not able to multitask. It was only because of the uniqueness of the ultimate heart non-phase sword that he was able to wield it without any difficulty. This feeling was incomparably mysterious. Sword Dao Domain. In an instant, the sword domain spread out and covered a radius of 10 meters. 10,000 sword lights gathered within 10 meters and merged with the Sword Dao domain. A feeling of controlling everything arose spontaneously. The sword lights circled around the Sword Dao domain. Chunzong could feel that the Sword Dao domain mixed with the 10,000 sword lights would have an amazing defensive ability. Perhaps I can develop a powerful and profound defensive sword move. Chunzong couldn't help but have a thought in his heart, and he thought to himself, with Chunzong's current accumulation and realm, creating a sword move was a piece of cake. The problem was that it was not easy to create a sword move that was completely suitable for him. Before that, I need to break through my cultivation first, Chunzong said to himself. Recently, he had a bad feeling, as if a crisis was coming. Chunzong estimated that there was a 70 to 80% chance that the spirit realm warriors of the Cold Knight sect would come to him. With his current strength, he was afraid that he was not a match for the spirit realm warriors. Break through first. When he had the strength of the spirit realm, he would compete with them. During this time, Chunzong had read and digested part of the memory of the Dongting Swordmaster. He had a feeling that he was about to find the solution. Perhaps it would be in the next few days. After 3 days, Chunzong finally found the solution. Although this method is also very dangerous, it doesn't feel like a disaster. Chunzong said to himself, wealth came from danger. To get a bigger harvest, of course, he had to take some risks. Chunzong felt that this kind of risk was within his tolerance range. He could take it. The road of cultivation was like this. If he only sought stability every time, there might not be any risks or accidents. But that was all he could do. It would be difficult to reach a higher level in the future. Chunzong's character was to seek progress in stability. When there was a better opportunity, as long as there was hope, he would seize it. Taking a deep breath, Chunzong prepared to break through in this valley. Suddenly, the faintly discernible sense of danger became stronger. A strong and shocking aura came down, covering the sky and covering the earth. In the distance, the sky was dyed black by an inexplicable force in an instant. It spread rapidly like the arrival of the night. Night fell. Waves of coldness filled the air along with the darkness of the night, enveloping the entire valley. Strands of powerful aura filled the entire valley. Chunzong seemed to be suppressed. Immediately, a figure appeared in the night. It was an old man in a black robe. His eyes were dark and deep. He stood in the air with his hands behind his back, as if he had become one with the night. The old man stared at Chunzong. His deep dark eyes moved as if he wanted to see through Chunzong. Chunzong did not move. He carefully sensed the old man's aura and compared it with the memory of the Dongting Swordmaster. Sure enough, the old man's cultivation level was in the Dao manipulation realm, which was the first level of the imminent God realm. The Dao manipulation realm was the 9th transformation. He felt that the old man's cultivation level should not be higher than the 3rd transformation. Of course, it was also possible that the old man had restrained his aura and did not reveal it completely. Therefore, Chunzong could not sense it clearly. After all, Chunzong was Chunzong. The Dongting Swordmaster was the Dongting Swordmaster. He had the memories of the Dongting Swordmaster, but did not have the Dongting Swordmaster's realm. Which sect are you from? The old man asked. His voice was somewhat cold, like the cold wind of the night. A rogue cultivator. Chunzong said neither slowly nor quickly. A smile appeared on his face. Deep in his heart, there was a feeling of trembling. It was very exciting. It made his heart beat faster and his blood flow like a flood that was about to burst a dam. Traces of battle intent gathered from the depths of his heart. The old man was slightly startled. He was in the imminent God realm and had very sharp senses. Naturally, he also felt the trace of battle intent gathering on Chunzong, a demigod realm warrior. That's right. He could see that this man was at the demigod realm. Facing an imminent God realm warrior like him, his first reaction was not to beg for mercy or to run away. It was to raise his battle intent. How arrogant. Good. You killed 3 knights of the Cold Knight sect. I'll give you 2 choices. A cold light flashed in the old man's eyes. The first choice is to pay with your life. The second choice is to worship me as your teacher and swear to be loyal to the Cold Knight sect. The old man's plan was very good. Obviously, this man's innate talent was amazing. If he swore to be loyal to the Cold Knight sect, it would not be long before the Cold Knight sect would have another eminent God Realm warrior. Moreover, if he worshipped the old man as his teacher, he would certainly receive some benefits. It was a kind of blessing from the unseen fate. Perhaps he would be able to advance further. Thinking about it, he felt very happy and excited. In this way, perhaps the Cold Knight sect could become a middle star level force or even a high star level force in the future. I choose the third choice. Chunzong smiled. He held the extreme heart phaseless sword tightly and slashed it out. The sword light instantly tore the sky apart, slashing toward the old man. Chunzong didn't test it. With his demigod realm power, it wasn't enough to test an imminent god realm warrior. Thus, this sword attack directly burst out all of his power. Under the enhancement of the extreme heart phaseless sword, the power of his power was enhanced several times, which was even more shocking. Insignificant skill. The old man was a little stunned. He had never thought that the other would dare to take the initiative to attack him. Then, he sneered, his face full of disdain. No matter how powerful a demigod realm warrior was, he was still a demigod realm warrior. The gap between him and an imminent god realm warrior was immeasurable. He reached out his hand and gently pointed. A pitch-black finger power suddenly shot out, breaking that sword light in just a flash. It was just a casual finger attack from the old man. The power he used wasn't even 1/10 of his own. Gap. This was where the gap was. Chunzong's heart trembled more and more. Taking a deep breath, Chunzong burst out all of his power. The power of the Taichu sword origin body. The third level of the extreme breaking secret technique. The sword of heart refinement. Under the enhancement of his full power, the power of this sword attack was more than twice as strong as the previous one. Oh, the power is not bad. The old man's eyes lit up slightly. Chunzong's sword attack had surprised him. It was simply unbelievable that a demigod realm warrior could perform such a powerful sword attack. Thinking back to when he was at the demigod realm, he was far inferior to this person. Moreover, if his cultivation was only at the early stage of the path controlling realm, he might have to use his full strength to deal with such a sword attack. He pointed his finger again, and the power was even stronger. After destroying the sword light, it seemed to penetrate the void and directly attacked Chunzong. Under the finger power, a straight crack appeared in the void, which made Chunzong's hair stand on end. Without hesitation, Chunzong released his sword principal field. The extreme heart phaseless sword also disintegrated in an instant, turning into tens of thousands of sword lights that circled around him, layer by layer. Shatter, shatter, shatter. The sword lights were shattered under the black finger power, but in the end, the black finger power was blocked. Not bad. You can actually block an attack with 20% of my power. The old man was secretly surprised. He was at the third transition of the path controlling realm. Although he did not use path energy in that attack, and only used the divine power of the imminent god realm, his divine power was many times stronger than that of a demigod realm warrior. Since that was the case, he would try it with 30% of his power. The old man's purpose was not to kill Chunzong, but to subdue him and use him for himself. In an instant, Chunzong swept up a sword light and exploded with extreme speed, directly escaping into the distance. Just now, Chunzong already understood that he was completely not a match for the other party. Continuing to fight would not benefit him at all. Don't even think about escaping. The old man was furious. His hair and beard billowed, and a terrifying aura descended, wanting to suppress Chunzong. Immediately, he opened his 5 fingers. As the black light spread, it turned into a huge black palm, as if falling from the sky, grabbing at Chunzong from all directions. Chapter 2066. The little dumpling is finally going to become a shining, divine dumpling. The void-flying ship was a treasure that Chunzong had obtained on the desolate Dragon Star. It was a top-grade void-flying ship left behind by the Yukong Venerable, the vice-hierarch of Zenkingism. Chunzong had always carried it with him, but he had never used it. This time, under the pursuit of an ascending realm expert, he had no choice but to use it. Boom! The black hand struck down instantly. Chunzong did not even have time to activate the Void Flying Ship's defense. However, the Void Flying Ship was a top-grade Void Flying Ship. The materials that it was made of were very precious and extremely hard. Although the old man was in the ascending realm, he was only in the third turn of the Tao manipulation realm. Moreover, he did not use his full strength in this attack. Naturally, he could not do anything to the Void Flying Ship. After a slight tremor, the Void Flying Ship was immediately activated. It quickly burst out with the speed of an ascending realm expert and flew out of the Coal Knight Star. A Void Flying Ship. The old man was slightly stunned. Then, he was surprised and delighted. A demigod realm expert actually had a Void Flying Ship, and it did not seem to be a low-grade one. Even a low-grade Void Flying Ship had amazing value. Although he was in the third turn of the Tao manipulation realm, he still did not have a low-grade Void Flying Ship. However, the Coal Knight sect's financial resources were limited. Although they could afford it, it would hurt them. He was not alone, so he had to consider the sect's interests. Now, his opportunity had come. That demigod realm expert actually had a Void Flying Ship. But soon, the old man found that he could not catch up at all. The Void Flying Ship's speed kept increasing, faster and faster. Soon, it completely overtook him and left him behind. In the next moment, the Void Flying Ship started to travel through the void. Under the gaze of the old man, it seemed to escape into the depths of the void and disappeared. Damn it! The old man was furious. An extremely terrifying aura burst out from his body. He had actually let it escape. He was an expert in the third turn of the Tao manipulation realm. He had personally chased a demigod realm expert, but he had actually let him escape right under his nose. It was simply a disgrace. After the old man got angry, his expression became gloomy. He was thinking more, worried. Deep worry emerged from the depths of his heart. This kid was already so powerful at the demigod realm. Once he broke through to the illuminating realm, his strength would definitely increase by more than 10 times. At that time, he might be able to fight him without losing with his first transition, Tao manipulation realm cultivation. Some geniuses were often able to challenge those of a higher level. If the other party were to advance to the second or third transition of the Tao manipulation realm, he would definitely not be a match for the other party. He might even be killed by the other party directly. The more he thought about it, the more flustered he became. Now, the other party had used the void travel ability of the Void Traveler to escape. Even if he wanted to pursue, he would have to fly for about a year or even longer before he could catch up. However, it was only a possibility. After all, the other party would not stay in the same place and wait for him to appear. In other words, even if he wanted to chase after them, he had no way to do so. If they couldn't chase after him, when he reached the spirit realm, perhaps he would come back to take revenge. Let's go. The old man made a quick decision. He gave up on the Cold Knight sect and left the Coal Knight Star for another place. The void was so vast. As long as he was careful, he wouldn't be found. Perhaps, after a long time, the other party would forget about him. It had to be said that this old man's instincts of being greedy for life and afraid of death had been pushed to the extreme. Chunzong had just escaped, and he had already thought of so many things that would follow. He was scared of himself and fled the Coal Knight Star in a hurry. If Chunzong knew that he had scared a spirit realm expert so much that he had to flee in a hurry, who knew how he would feel? I will find a safe place to break through to the spirit realm first, then return to the Cold Knight Star. In the Void Traveler, Chunzong's eyes were somewhat cold. The Void Traveler was a top-grade flying ship. It had recorded the positions of various star fields, galaxies, and even stars. It was a very complete star map. Chunzong opened the star map and searched carefully. Soon, he found the location of the Cold Knight Star. After comparing it, he found the location of the Void Traveler and looked for the closest star. Soon, Chunzong found a star that was closest to the Void Traveler besides the Cold Knight Star. It was the Vermilion Star. This was also a low-grade star. Even if this star had spirit realm experts, there wouldn't be many of them, and their competence wouldn't be strong. After all, the higher the cultivation base, the better the cultivating environment, which was more beneficial to the warrior. Using the space shuttle again, Chunzong quickly approached the Vermilion Star. Looking from the Void Traveler, the Vermilion Star was a piece of lush green, full of vitality. The Void Traveler quickly entered the Vermilion Star. This star was just a low-grade one, so it didn't have any great formation to protect it. It was easy to enter and leave. Generally speaking, low-level stars wouldn't have any great arrays to protect them. Compared to setting up a void-level array, even the lowest void-level array, it would cost a lot to set up. Forces with such wealth would only use it on more important planets. Most low-tier star-rank forces didn't have such wealth. Low-tier star-rank forces that could set up void-level formations were usually closer to mid-tier star-rank forces. The Coal Knight sect was just an ordinary low-grade force, so there wasn't any void-level great formation to protect the Coal Knight star. The Vermilion Star sect on the Vermilion Star wasn't even as strong as the Coal Knight sect. The Void Traveler quickly landed. It was a lush green forest, dense and boundless. It was very prosperous. Chunzong observed the Void Traveler for a while before walking out. He waved his hand, and the Void Traveler disappeared into the 9 heavenly rings. Flying at a low altitude, Chunzong looked for a suitable place to break through. It took him a few days to find a secret and relatively safe place. In this world, it was very difficult to find an absolutely safe place. Relatively safe, he just needed to make some arrangements and add some tricks. That would be enough. Calm the mind and concentrate. Adjust the mind, chi, and soul, adjusting his body to the peak. Chunzong was ready to break through. Now, everything was ready. It was time to break through to the spirit realm. But this time, he was in a break through to the spirit realm, which was different from most cultivators. One had to choose a Tao insight to charge into the enlightened spirit realm. Yet he possessed 2 great supreme Tao insights, so no matter which one he gave up, it would be extremely regretful. Even though he had to give up, if he had a chance to keep both, then it was undoubtedly the best. From the memory of Sword Master Dong Ting, Chunzong found a suitable method. That was to break through the Qi cultivation path and the body cultivation path at the same time. The breakthrough of the Qi cultivation path was to condense the Tao seed on the flower of the ultimate realm, then bear the Tao fruit, and use the Tao fruit to condense the Tao will and transform the Tao to control the Tao power. The breakthrough of the body cultivation path was different. It was to integrate the Tao will into the body, and then use the body as the Tao fruit to control the Tao power. There were some differences between the two, but in the end, there were similarities. Chunzong's idea was very simple. That was to break through the Qi cultivation path and the body cultivation path at the same time. After all, he used to cultivate the Qi cultivation path and the body cultivation path at the same time. It was reasonable to seek a breakthrough in both. Moreover, if both the Qi cultivation path and the body cultivation path broke through to the illuminating spirit realm, it might not bring about an absolute increase in strength, but it would greatly increase his survivability. However, the risk was that the Qi cultivation path had to undergo a heavenly tribulation to break through to the illuminating spirit realm, and the body cultivation path also had to undergo a heavenly tribulation to break through to the illuminating spirit realm. In the end, the heavenly tribulation was actually a test of the Tao in the void. If one wanted to control the power of the Tao, they naturally had to be tested to see if they were qualified. If they were killed by the heavenly tribulation, it would naturally mean that they were not qualified. Only by passing the heavenly tribulation would one be qualified to control the power of the Tao. Generally, one could only choose one of the Qi cultivation path and the body cultivation path to break through to the illuminating spirit realm. If one wanted to break through at the same time, they would be more powerful, but they would also have to endure a greater heavenly tribulation. That was a double heavenly tribulation. After thinking about it, Chunzong finally decided to take a gamble. Then let's begin. Fortunately, he had mastered the ability to multitask and would not force himself at all. He used a portion of his mind to control the heart sword intent, which instantly appeared above the flower of the ultimate realm and slowly descended. The heart sword intent fluctuated continuously. The moment it came into contact with the flower of the ultimate realm, it gradually settled down as though it had taken root in the flower of the ultimate realm. It was like a stamen. At the same time, the world Tao intent also gradually dispersed under Chunzong's control and merged into his body. The heart sword intent walked the qi cultivation path to condense, while the world Tao intent walked the body cultivation path to disperse. One gathered and one dispersed. Each was different. The heart sword intent on the flower of the ultimate realm started to condense continuously. Gradually, it shone brightly and then retracted. Why did one have to excavate the potential of one's Tao intent to the extreme in order to break through? It was because only after excavating to the extreme could one completely control it and condense the Tao seed. As for the world Tao intent, it kept dispersing and merging into his body. The original world Tao intent looked like a world with the sun, moon, and stars, rivers, lakes, seas, mountains, rivers, and forests, as well as birds and beasts. Now, this world had merged into Chunzong's body and started to solidify. The stars that filled the sky merged with Chunzong's hair as if they were solidifying. The sun merged with Chunzong's right eye, while the moon merged with Chunzong's left eye. A very strange feeling surged in his heart. His skin seemed to merge with the earth of the world, causing the earth of the world to no longer be illusory. Instead, it seemed to be real. As the blood in his body surged, it merged with the water of the great rivers in the world, giving off a powerful aura. Chunzong's breathing also seemed to become the wind in the world, blowing continuously. The sound of his breathing also became the rolling thunder in the world. A strange feeling rose from the depths of his heart. It was as if he was creating a new world, and the world he was creating was his body. Chunzong never expected that his sudden breakthrough would bring about an indescribable transformation. He did not even know what he would become. Even with the memories of Sword Master Dongting, he still did not know. This was because it was somewhat out of his expectations. But now it was irreversible. He could only continue until it was completed. Chapter 2067. Looking down from the sky, the lush forest seemed to be boundless, stretching for tens of thousands of miles. The specialty of the Emerald Star was that it had a lot of flourishing plants, causing the air here to be very fresh. The Emerald Star had always had a lot of rain. This time, dark clouds quietly gathered in the sky above the forest. Along with gusts of strong wind that came from nowhere, there was actually a mighty aura of thousands of soldiers and horses galloping. Hoo hoo hoo! The wind whistled, turning into a roaring gale. More and more dark clouds gathered from all directions. They were so dense that they couldn't be dispersed. They were like heavy ink that dyed the sky, covering a large area with a radius of thousands of miles. The dark clouds gradually piled up, becoming thicker and thicker. There was a kind of pressure that was condensed like a mountain that was about to collapse. The entire boundless forest seemed to be about to be destroyed by the dark clouds that covered the sky. Gusts of wind roared past, causing the forest to sway. Countless leaves were blown off the branches and swept into the sky. The branches and leaves that filled the sky danced in the sky and were shattered into countless fragments that rushed into the dark clouds. Rumble. A dull sound rang out, reverberating in all directions. It reverberated between heaven and earth, rumbling endlessly. It was lightning. Streaks of scarlet lightning shuttled through the dark clouds like dragons, emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. In an instant, the aura constantly spread out and was sensed by many cultivators on the Emerald Star. What's going on? What's going on? Could it be that some treasure is about to appear? Is a secret realm about to appear? In an instant, many demigod-rank cultivators sensed it and hurriedly looked in the direction of the aura. Their hearts trembled, and they secretly guessed. Soon after, greed and excitement appeared on their faces. Whether it was the appearance of a treasure or a secret realm, it was an opportunity for them. If they could obtain it, there would definitely be great benefits. Let's go. Immediately, many people moved, quickly heading towards the direction of the forest. The closer they got, the more they felt the oppressive aura in the air. It was heavy, making it difficult for them to breathe. Dark clouds that stretched for thousands of miles completely covered this part of the sky, suppressing everything. It was extremely horrifying. Streaks of crimson lightning shuttled through the dark clouds like flood dragons, causing people's hearts to tremble. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem like a treasure or an artifact had appeared. Within the Green Radish sect, the deity realm expert that was cultivating in meditation frowned slightly when he sensed the shocking aura. After that, his figure flashed and appeared in the sky, and he gazed into the distance. Someone is attacking Li Tianjia. The Green Luo Gates spirit realm expert was secretly surprised. Who was it? Who on earth was here? Li Tianjia was about to break through to the spirit realm. There was no such person in the Green Radish sect. Could it be someone from another faction on the Green Radish planet? I'm not sure, but I'll know once I get there. With a flash, Taoist Lulua's speed was extremely fast as she rushed towards the forest. Soon after, she was incomparably shocked. Thousands of li. What an amazing talent and foundation. That kind of shock directly rushed into the depths of his heart. It was an indescribable shock. It was simply horrifying. Thousands of li. It was several thousand miles. Sure, Yin searched his memory and found that he had never seen or even heard of anyone who had broken through to the spirit realm to create such a tremendous momentum. It was simply terrifying. Thinking back to when he had broken through to the spirit realm, he had only caused a few dozen li of dark clouds. Although the difference between several dozen li and thousands of li sounded like 100 times, the difference between them couldn't be clearly described by 100 times. Just the difference between several dozen li and hundreds of li was a threshold, and the difference was more than several times. This was closely related to the strength of one's foundation, the various powers that one had grasped, the various mysteries that one had comprehended, and the talent and so on. Therefore, what kind of genius could cause such a scene within thousands of li? Perhaps it's not someone breaking through to the spirit realm. Taoist law secretly guessed. It's possible that someone is breaking through to the Tao controlling realm, or even higher, in the spirit realm. Every time one broke through to the next level, they had to go through a heavenly tribulation. Because the higher the level of the spirit realm, the deeper the mastery and control of the great Tao. Therefore, they had to accept the test of the great Tao. Only by passing the test would one have the qualifications to further control the great Tao. A few thousand li of dark clouds. If one wanted to break through to the next level of the Tao controlling realm, it might be possible for some powerful people to cause it. However, if it was an expert of that level, why would he break through on a low-level planet like the Lulua star? Taoist Lulua couldn't figure out why. However, anyone who saw Li Tianjia with their own eyes would understand. The heavenly tribulation is here. Within the endless forest, Chunzong raised his head to look at the sky. Dark clouds roiled within thousands of li, constantly gathering, as though they were constantly piling up and sinking. An incomparably shocking aura was being emitted. Chunzong bore the brunt of it, because Chunzong was about to face Li Tianjia. This extremely terrifying aura was completely targeted at Chunzong. As for the aura that pervaded the surroundings, it was just a leak. However, just the aura that leaked out was enough to make the demigods unable to approach in the slightest. This was because the moment they approached, they would feel a sense of danger. This feeling was an illusion, and no one dared to ignore it. Even Taoist Lulua didn't dare to get too close. After all, he also felt a sense of danger. Moreover, he was at the imminent God realm. Once he entered the range of the heavenly tribulation, he would immediately attract even more power of the great Tao. At that time, it would target him, and he might even be struck to death. Even if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. Moreover, the probability of him being struck to death was very high. For the sake of his life, it was best to observe from afar. Lo, oppressive. The aura that could destroy everything directly rushed over, suppressing his soul and body. The double pressure made it difficult for Chunzong to breathe. Within his divine sea, on top of the flower of extreme, a seed remained unmoving. It was the Tao seed condensed from the heart sword intent. Chunzong's body looked the same as before, but if one looked at it carefully, they would discover that it was different. His hair was like the stars, his eyes were like the sun and moon, his blood was like a river, and his skin was like the earth. This body seemed to contain an entire world, but also seemed like an entire world had converged into a single body. It was incomparably mysterious. When one broke through to the immanent God realm, the Tao would be integrated into the body to transform it into a divine body. Different Tao wills would be integrated into different divine bodies. The divine body that was formed by the supreme Tao was naturally the strongest. Chunzong could clearly feel the strength of his body at this moment, as if it could contain everything in the world and was indestructible. Heavenly tribulation. Come on. Chunzong looked up at the sky, looking at the dark clouds that were constantly piling up and pressing down on him, and looking at the streaks of scarlet lightning that were extremely terrifying. Chunzong revealed a look of excitement. Heavenly tribulation. What kind of power did it have? It was the evolution of the power of the great Tao. It was the test of the great Tao for the cultivator. Then, what kind of heavenly tribulation would he experience? Taking a deep breath, Chunzong stood up and faced the heavenly tribulation directly. As if it had sensed Chunzong's aura, in an instant, a series of low sounds exploded. Streaks of scarlet lightning gathered, densely packed, and condensed into a huge scarlet lightning. Boom! In just a moment, the scarlet lightning struck down from the sky and turned into a lightning bolt that was as thick as an arm. In just a moment, it tore through the sky and struck directly at Chunzong. It was extremely fast, incomparably fast, and its power was extremely shocking. Come on, let me see how powerful you are. Chunzong had no intention of dodging or attacking. Instead, he wanted to use his body to withstand this lightning bolt. The immanent God realm heavenly tribulation was divided into 9 stages. Generally, when a demigod cultivator broke through to the immanent God realm, the heavenly tribulation that they had to undergo was at most 3 stages of heavenly tribulation. Top geniuses could go through 6 stages of heavenly tribulation, and those extremely outstanding geniuses could go through 9 stages of heavenly tribulation at most. Generally, only star sector level forces had top geniuses who could go through 9 stages of heavenly tribulation, and there were very few of them. Most top geniuses would go through 7 or 8 stages of heavenly tribulation. Chunzong did not know what stage of heavenly tribulation he would trigger, but he guessed that it would not be less than 7 stages of heavenly tribulation. After all, he had broken through both chi cultivation and body refining. The first stage of heavenly tribulation was definitely the weakest. Chunzong had his own reasons for wanting to withstand the first stage of heavenly tribulation with his own body. First of all, heavenly tribulation was also caused by a breakthrough in the path of body refining. The path of body refining required one to temper oneself. It was normal to withstand heavenly tribulation with one's own body. Secondly, Chunzong himself wasn't sure how many heavenly tribulations there were. However, the first heavenly tribulation was the weakest. If he couldn't even withstand the first heavenly tribulation, then he really didn't know if he could survive the stronger heavenly tribulations. Thirdly, the benefits of resisting heavenly tribulation with his own body were even greater. The first lightning bolt struck down directly. Its speed was extremely fast, and its power was tyrannical. Chunzong first put away the heart seal treasure robe and used only his body to withstand it. With a boom, Chunzong felt as if he had lost all his 5 senses. He could not hear or see anything. There is only a tyrannical power that carried a terrifying power that could destroy everything. It kept bombarding his body, as if it wanted to crush his body. Impact. A crazy impact. Shunzong's body suddenly trembled. Strands of light diffused from his body. In an instant, his hair fluttered. It was as if there were countless stars twinkling in the sky. It was dense and beautiful. The power of the lightning bolt kept pouring into Shunzong's body. It was absorbed and filled every part of his body. Shunzong's consciousness also recovered. After careful observation, he found that the power of heavenly tribulation was being absorbed by the world contained in his body. With the absorption of the power of heavenly tribulation, Shunzong felt that the world in his body was becoming more and more solid. Originally, the world was illusory. As it merged into his body, it gradually became more and more solid. However, it was not really solid yet. Now, after absorbing the power of heavenly tribulation, it became more and more solid. At the same time, the Tao seed of Heart Sword essence also absorbed part of the power of heavenly tribulation and became more and more solid. Shunzong completely withstood the first stage of heavenly tribulation. He was not hurt at all. Again, Shunzong, who was excited, could not help but roar. Boom! Chapter 2068. The first heavenly tribulation is already so powerful. Master Luo was shocked when he saw the first heavenly tribulation, which was even thicker than an arm. When he was undergoing his heavenly tribulation, the first heavenly tribulation was only as thick as a thumb. The difference between a thumb and an arm was several times bigger. Now, the second heavenly tribulation was as thick as a calf. It was even more terrifying and powerful. Who was undergoing the heavenly tribulation? What's going on? When the group of demigod rank powerhouses saw the terrifying crimson lightning bolt descending from the sky, their expressions changed drastically, and they were incomparably shocked. Transcending tribulation. Someone is transcending tribulation. Someone cried out in surprise. Heavenly tribulation. To them, it was like a legend. How shocking. They did not expect to see someone undergoing the heavenly tribulation today. Isn't this a little too frightening? A second-tier demigod expert trembled in fear. He felt that he would not be able to withstand the power of the first heavenly tribulation even if he used all his strength. He would be blasted into pieces. Even if his strength was doubled, he was not confident that he could withstand it. Now, his cultivation was close to the peak of the demigod realm. He had planned to break through to the imminent god realm after reaching the peak of the demigod realm. Now, it seemed like there was no hope. That was only the first heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation was not the secret of the imminent god realm. Demigod realm experts could understand it. Now that they saw it with their own eyes, they were filled with despair and fear. Shunzong did not know that his heavenly tribulation had scared the crap out of people on Luluwa planet for many years. It was too shocking. The second heavenly tribulation was even more powerful, but Shunzong still chose to withstand it with his body. Boom! In an instant, Shunzong felt as though he was being crushed. However, he was not really crushed. It was just a feeling. Large amounts of power from the heavenly tribulation constantly fused with the heart sword intense seed of Tao and the world will of Tao, causing the seed of Tao and the world will of Tao to become more and more condensed. The toughness of Shunzong's body continued to rise, becoming more and more astonishing and powerful. Strengthened, the third heavenly tribulation struck again. This heavenly tribulation was as thick as a thigh. Its power was at least 2 times stronger than the second heavenly tribulation. Shunzong was still resisting. His entire body seemed to have been blasted into the ground, and smoke rose from his body. After the 3 heavenly tribulations, the dark clouds in the sky became increasingly dense and gloomy. Endless scarlet red lightning rolled within the dark clouds, flickering endlessly as they continuously gathered from all directions. The color of the lightning also gradually deepened. the aura that permeated the heavens, and the earth became increasingly gloomy and oppressive. Shenzong jumped out of the pit. He felt that his body was getting stronger and stronger. He felt like he could crush a mountain with one punch. It was amazing. Taking a deep breath, Shenzong looked up at the sky. The fourth tribulation had not yet fallen. It was still brewing. The crimson color was gradually turning dark red. It was getting more and more terrifying. Shot down. In an instant, the dark red lightning struck down from the sky. Its speed was actually several times faster than before. While Shenzong was secretly shocked, he was immediately hit. Excruciating pain. Excruciating pain came from all over his body. He felt that at that moment, he was completely shattered and torn apart. That kind of excruciating pain went directly into his bone marrow and soul. However, the power of the heart sword intent and the will of the world was also displayed. They were constantly absorbing the power of the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation was the manifestation and condensation of the power of the great path. It was presented in the form of lightning. To go through the heavenly tribulation, one could either shatter it, resist it, or forcefully resist it. Undoubtedly, the first two were safer, but the last one was very risky. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. But at the same time, the last one was also the most beneficial. It was related to the cultivation after the spirit ascension realm. By resisting the heavenly tribulation with one's own body, one could obtain the power of the heavenly tribulation and continuously integrate it. That was the pure power of the great path. After breaking through to the path control realm, one's foundation would be more stable when cultivating, and it would be easier to improve one's cultivation. This was also a kind of risk, a kind of self-challenge. The power of the fourth heavenly tribulation was too strong. The excruciating pain was almost unbearable for Shenzong. Fortunately, the power of the two wills of the great path and the tenacity of his own body helped him resist the bombardment of the fourth heavenly tribulation. The fifth heavenly tribulation was also formed and struck down from the sky. The dark red lightning was even faster and more powerful. Shenzong still had no way of dodging this lightning bolt and was struck once again. The excruciating pain was much worse than before. Shenzong fell into the pit as if he was really shattered. The muscles all over his body were trembling, as if thousands of sharp blades were raging and cutting inside his body. He couldn't help but howl. It was too painful. It was a kind of pain that went straight to the bone marrow and soul. The heart sword, intent, Tao seed, and the will of the world body were constantly absorbing and devouring. Although the fifth heavenly tribulation was extremely powerful, it was eventually devoured by the power of the two wills of the great path. The sixth dark, red heavenly tribulation also struck down. Extremely strong, even stronger, forcefully resisted. Shenzong was still somewhat confident. However, as soon as he was hit, Shenzong realized that he seemed to be a little too careless this time. That feeling was too painful. It was as if his entire body was completely torn apart and had already seeped into every part of his body. It was extremely subtle. He felt that the heart's sword intent and the will of the world seemed to be unable to withstand it. They trembled continuously as if they were about to shatter. It was too strong. Master Green Luo was inexplicably horrified. It was the first time he had heard of such a heavenly tribulation. According to the memory of Sword Master Dong Ting, dark red heavenly tribulations usually only appeared in the seventh, eighth, and ninth heavenly tribulations. The fourth, fifth, and sixth heavenly tribulations were dark red and almost never appeared. Shenzong's heavenly tribulation was dark red from the fourth heavenly tribulation. It was because of the overlapping heavenly tribulations caused by the breakthrough of both chi, refinement, and body refinement. Under the sixth heavenly tribulation, Shenzong's entire body sank into a deep pit, and the pit grew larger and deeper as time passed. After the sixth heavenly tribulation, the seventh heavenly tribulation didn't strike down. Shenzong was still conscious and couldn't help but secretly sigh in relief. Was it over? At a glance, his expression changed drastically. Not yet. In the dark clouds above, dark red lightning seemed to be boiling. It constantly gathered from all directions, causing the lightning in the center to continuously converge. The color changed again, becoming darker and darker. Finally, it became black. Looking at the black lightning, Chunzong felt a sense of fear and trepidation. In Sword Master Dong Ting's memory, even the lightning of the ninth heavenly tribulation wasn't so dark. Even if the power of this heavenly tribulation wasn't at the level of the ninth heavenly tribulation, the difference wouldn't be too great. Could it be the seventh heavenly tribulation? Master Green Luo's heart trembled. It was simply a monster. The heavenly tribulation was constantly brewing, accumulating astonishing power. Chunzong quickly recovered. The heart sword, intent Dao seed, and the will of the world body were constantly absorbing the power of the heavenly tribulation to strengthen themselves. The seventh heavenly tribulation appeared and struck down from the sky. The seventh heavenly tribulation was black. It wasn't very fast, at least a little slower than the first heavenly tribulation. However, when it struck, cracks appeared in the void continuously. It was like a terrifying blunt knife tearing through thin paper. It was filled with extremely terrifying power. Oppressive. The aura was extremely oppressive. Even though the speed of the black lightning wasn't that fast, Chunzong felt that he couldn't avoid it. He was completely locked on. Moreover, the black lightning gave him a very terrifying feeling. It was as if it would destroy him. He couldn't use his body to resist it. However, Chunzong still chose to resist it this time. However, he released the power of the Heart Seal treasure robe again. The Heart Seal treasure robe covered every part of his body and could weaken the attack by 70%. The seventh heavenly tribulation directly struck Chunzong. Instantly, the extremely powerful power was weakened by 70% by the Heart Seal treasure robe. The remaining 30% crashed into Chunzong's body. Extremely powerful. The extremely powerful power was filled with astonishing destructive power. The destructive power continued to wreak havoc in his body as if it wanted to destroy Chunzong's soul and body. However, because it was weakened by 70%, its power was somewhat insufficient and was constantly absorbed. Even so, Chunzong felt that 30% of its power was completely stronger than the sixth heavenly tribulation. Moreover, the eighth heavenly tribulation struck down. This time, Chunzong was completely not confident that he could resist it. Even with the Heart Seal treasure robe, he didn't dare to resist it. Since that was the case, he would shatter it. He grasped the void with his right hand, and sword light suddenly swallowed out. The extreme heart phaseless sword appeared in his hand. Endless power poured into the sword, and the sword light shone brightly. The sword of heart refining. A sword pierced through the air. The power of this sword was much more powerful than before. Because the heart sword essence had condensed into a Taoist seed, and it had continuously absorbed the power of the six heavenly tribulations, it had become even more powerful. The sword light also carried traces of dark red power, and it emitted an extremely terrifying aura fluctuation. That was the power fluctuation of the heavenly tribulation. It hit. The sword light of the sword of heart, refining, directly hit the eighth heavenly tribulation. After a slight pause, the sword light shattered, and the heavenly tribulation was also weakened a little. Its speed also slowed down a little in an instant. Swing the sword. Swing the sword. Swing the sword. Chunzong kept swinging his sword. Every sword move was casual and casual, but every sword move contained 100% of his power. The eighth heavenly tribulation was constantly hit and weakened. When it hit Chunzong, its power was less than half, and it was weakened by 70% by the Heart Seal treasure robe. It was not as powerful as the seventh heavenly tribulation. Once again, it was absorbed. However, the ninth heavenly tribulation struck down, and its power was more than twice that of the eighth heavenly tribulation. Chunzong's expression changed drastically. With such power, if he was hit directly, even with the Heart Seal treasure robe's weakening, he would probably be seriously injured. It was too powerful. However, this should be the last heavenly tribulation. The ninth heavenly tribulation was the most powerful. As for the memory of Sword Master Dong Ting, there was indeed a saying that the heavenly tribulation surpassed the ninth heavenly tribulation, but it was too rare. Since ancient times, it was unknown how many years it would take for one to appear. Moreover, when it appeared, it would definitely be extraordinary. Even the Sword Master Dong Ting's heavenly tribulation was only at the ninth heavenly tribulation. The power of the Taichu, sword origin body. The third level of the secret technique of breaking. 100% of his power. Chapter 2069. Sword Light. It was a dark red sword light surrounded by strands of black lightning arcs. It tore through the sky and carried an incomparably tyrannical might that could shatter everything. It directly pierced through the sky and brazenly charged towards the ninth pitch-black heavenly tribulation. In the distance, Master Luo was even more shocked. From the moment the heavenly tribulation struck down, he had suspected that this was a divine tribulation, not a Tao controlling tribulation or a higher level of tribulation as he had imagined. It was just that it covered an area of thousands of miles, and its power was too terrifying, so he was not sure. However, it was true that the power of the great path contained within the heavenly tribulation was not very strong, and it was indeed still within the scope of a divine tribulation. Now, the sword light had struck out with shocking power. It was indeed very extraordinary, and its aura made him, who was in the first transition of the Tao controlling realm, palpitate. However, the power of the great path contained within was still not obvious enough. It was a demigod-level sword. In other words, this was indeed a divine tribulation. Master Luo was extremely shocked, and, at the same time, cold sweat broke out. Who was it? Transcending a divine tribulation was so shocking and mighty. Thousands of miles. 9-level heavenly tribulation. It was extremely terrifying. Once such a person succeeded in breaking through, he would be able to beat him with his cultivation of the first transition of the Tao controlling realm. Perhaps just one sword strike would be enough to kill him. Envious. Master Luo was extremely envious. With such talent, it would not be difficult for him to surpass the Tao controlling realm in the future. Unlike him, who had broken through to the Tao controlling realm for many years and had been cultivating hard, he was still unable to reach the second transition of the Tao controlling realm. Why hasn't the tribulation cloud dispersed? Master Luo noticed that the dark clouds thousands of meters high showed no signs of dispersing. Generally speaking, after the heavenly tribulation, the tribulation cloud would disperse, and at the same time, the power of the great path would descend, allowing the cultivator to obtain great benefits, allowing the Tao seed to bear a Tao fruit and truly step into the divine tribulation realm. But now, the power of the great path had yet to descend, and the dark clouds had yet to disperse. Moreover, there was an even more oppressive feeling quietly gathering in the dark clouds thousands of miles away. The tribulation cloud still hasn't dispersed. Chunzong held his sword and stared at the sky, his expression becoming more and more solemn. Just now, he had used all his strength and attacked continuously before finally defeating the ninth tribulation. However, he had also suffered some injuries. However, as long as he survived the tribulation, he would be fine. But from the looks of it now, it didn't seem to be the case. It seemed that he was about to face the 10th tribulation. That was a heavenly tribulation beyond the 9th level. It was a heavenly tribulation that surpassed the limits. In the memories of the sword master of the Eastern Court, there was a special name for it: extreme tribulation. Who would have thought that he would have to undergo the extreme realm heavenly tribulation? He quickly took out an elixir and consumed it, circulating the 9th level of the origin sword technique to refine the elixir and restore his strength and injuries. The heavenly tribulation was still brewing. He did not know when it would end, but its power would definitely be very, very strong. It would be very shocking and very tyrannical. Before that, He had to adjust his state and recover to his peak strength to have a chance of surviving it. Extreme stage heavenly tribulation. It was as if the heavens were jealous. The slightest bit of carelessness would result in the destruction of one's soul. It was a race against time. Chunzong did not have anything special to rely on. The only thing he could rely on was the heart in treasure robe. However, the most important thing was the sword in his hand. In the end, although the ninth tribulation was extremely dangerous, he had survived it. Moreover, Chunzong was not at the end of his rope yet. Extreme stage, heavenly tribulation. Bring it on. Let me see how strong you really are. Chunzong muttered to himself. His eyes were fixed on the sky. The black lightning that had gathered slowly receded, revealing a vortex that was spinning crazily. Boundless energy gathered from all directions, as if it was constantly being poured into the pitch-black vortex in the center. It was like a black hole, and the aura it emitted made Chunzong extremely fearful. Apart from being frightened, Chunzong also felt an indescribable sense of excitement. His blood seemed to be burning. Sword will soared into the sky, and sword chi surged in all directions. The extreme heart non-phase sword in his hand seemed to have sensed Chunzong's sword will. It kept trembling. As the light flowed, the sound of struggle was melodious. His fighting spirit shocked the nine heavens. Chunzong stared at the vortex. In an instant, he seemed to see a single eye in the vortex. The eye of the Great Way. Chunzong was shocked. The memory of Sword Master Daunting surfaced. The eye of the Great Way represented the gaze of the Great Way. It also meant that the following heavenly tribulation would be extremely terrifying. However, Chunzong was not afraid. Instead, he was looking forward to it. Under Chunzong's gaze, the eye of the Great Way stared at him. In an instant, a bolt of lightning shot out from the eye of the Great Way. The lightning was white, not black. In an instant, the white lightning transformed into a lightning dragon that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was as if it could shatter the vacuum. It descended with a terrifying power that could destroy everything. Compared to the ninth tribulation, the power of this lightning dragon was extremely terrifying. As soon as it appeared, Chunzong felt that a catastrophe was coming. Come! With a roar, Chunzong attacked again. The Sword of Heart Refinement. This was the most tyrannical sword technique that he had mastered. All of his power poured into it. The secret technique was also activated. The power of the Taichu sword origin body was also activated. Kill! In an instant, the sword light was shattered. Explode. With Chunzong's extremely strong physique, he could activate the third level of the secret technique of breaking multiple times without any burden. Of course, there was a limit to the number of times he could use it. Sword after sword broke through the air and attacked the white lightning dragon. However, it was shattered one after another. However, under Chunzong's continuous attacks, the dragon was also weakened. Its power was also decreasing. In an instant, the white lightning dragon bombarded Chunzong's body. Chunzong was sent flying. The extremely terrifying power of lightning surged into his body and wreaked havoc. The Heart Seal treasure robe displayed its power again. This treasure robe's level was obviously not low. It was not damaged by such powerful lightning. Instead, its power was weakened by 70%. However, the remaining 30% of its power was still extremely terrifying. When the remaining 30% of its power surged into his body, Chunzong felt as if he was dead. It was like his soul had left his body. Chunzong did not feel any pain because it was completely beyond the level of pain. It was too terrifying. The white lightning power was wreaking havoc in his body. It was as if it wanted to destroy Chunzong's body and soul. The seed of the way of the heart, sword will kept trembling. It was surrounded by the white lightning as if it was about to be destroyed. However, the supreme will of the way was constantly activated to fight against the white lightning. Wisps of white lightning power merged into the seed of the way bit by bit during the fight, making the seed of the way even more powerful. The will of the way of the world in his body seemed to be constantly destroyed by the white lightning power of the heavenly tribulation. Stars were shattered and destroyed, but they quickly reformed. They looked even more dazzling and starry. One after another, the mountains collapsed and shattered, but they reformed again and again, becoming taller and more stable. Rivers were cut off and dried up, but very quickly, more water appeared, creating thousands of waves that rolled endlessly. The great river flowed east, washing away the spring and autumn. The white lightning power was extremely terrifying, but the heart sword will and the supreme will of the world were also extremely shocking. It was as if the stronger it was, the stronger it became. It constantly absorbed the power of the lightning to strengthen itself. In the sky, the outline of the eye of the way became clearer and clearer. Countless white lightning bolts gathered from all directions, forming a huge ball of lightning. The ball of lightning was initially a meter wide. As it rolled, it produced earth-shattering booms that shook the heavens and the earth. It was as if the people in the distance had lost their hearing. The large forest was also destroyed by the terrifying power. Everything within a radius of dozens of miles seemed to have turned into ruins. All the trees turned to dust. 2 meters, 3 meters. The white ball of lightning in the sky continued to expand. With every meter it expanded, its power would increase exponentially. It was even more terrifying. The 11th level. Guru Lulua's entire body trembled. It was a kind of fear that came from the depths of his soul. He had never heard of anyone undergoing the 11th level of the godhood tribulation. Even the 9th level was extremely rare. Before long, the white ball of lightning had expanded to a size of 10 meters. Although it did not expand any further, its aura was still constantly strengthening. At this moment, Chunzong's two supreme will of the way had already digested a portion of the power of the 10th level of the heavenly tribulation. The power of the two supreme will of the way became even stronger. It gave Chunzong a feeling that he could break the sky with a single sword strike. However, when the white ball of lightning in the sky rolled down, it produced a roar that resounded through the heavens. It made Chunzong feel like he was about to be shattered. His entire body trembled. Boom! The white ball of lightning carried an extremely terrifying power as it bombarded down mercilessly. Its power was several times stronger than the white lightning dragon from before. Chunzong could not help but let go of the ultimate heart non-phase sword in his hand. The sword light suddenly shone brightly. In the blink of an eye, it divided into 10,000 dazzling and extremely sharp sword lights that floated in front of Chunzong. Each sword light emitted an extremely shocking power. Come on, I'll show you the power of my move. Chunzong's voice was filled with the sound of a powerful army. The power of this move surpassed that of the Sword of Heart Refinement. This move incorporated the profoundness of the 10,000 swords returned to one and the profoundness of the divine weapon control technique. It was the most powerful attack that Chunzong could perform now. Ultimate Heart Non-Phase Sword. Heart Refinement. 10,000 swords returned to sect. Chunzong's eyes shone with unparalleled brilliance, as if a divine sword had been unsheathed. It was earth-shattering. He waved his hands, sweeping up strands of sword chi. His 10 fingers were like swords as they streaked across the void, leaving behind streaks of sword marks. It was like an inescapable net. Every sword mark seemed to correspond to a sword light. Leading, in an instant, the 10,000 sword lights seemed to be arranging troops. Their momentum suddenly changed, becoming more and more magnificent and mighty. It was as if the 10,000 stragglers before had no discipline and were utterly defeated. But now they were like 10,000 battle-hardened elite soldiers. The momentum was completely different, and the power they gathered had also changed greatly. Chapter 2070. Speed. Between the heavens and the earth, it was as if the sound was rolling and falling into everyone's ears. In the next moment, The crowd in the distance only saw a dazzling and extremely bright sword light rolling up from the dozens of miles of destroyed ruins. At first glance, the sword light seemed very small. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that there was an indescribable grandeur to it. It was as if countless sword lights had gathered together and soared into the sky in a densely packed manner. There was a sharpness that seemed to want to pierce through the sky. 10,000 swords in one. 10,000 sword lights, each with amazing power, rushed out fearlessly like elite soldiers charging and breaking through enemy lines. Kill! 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 In an instant, the stunning sword light and the huge white thunderball rolling from the sky approached each other. As if two enemies met on a narrow path, the courageous would win. The moment the sword light hit the white thunderball, as the thunderball rolled, it constantly burst out terrifying thunderbolts. Under the crazy bombardment, the sword lights were shattered one after another. There were 10,000 sword lights, but at this rate, it would not be long before all 10,000 sword lights were shattered. The shattering of the sword lights did not turn into nothingness, but filled the air. Because this was Chunzong's divine life weapon, as long as it was not damaged, it would not really shatter and disappear. The power of the thunderball was too terrifying. As it kept rolling, it seemed to crush everything into powder. In just a short period of 3 breaths, the 10,000 sword glows were shattered into pieces. The lightning arcs on the edge of the thunderball also collapsed, and the rolling speed was also affected, slowing down a little. Condense. Chunzong's sword fingers moved with a solemn expression. The blue veins on his forehead bulged, and his eyes emitted a dazzling light, as if the sun and the moon were rotating. His long hair fluttered endlessly, as if a little bit of starlight was blooming. From afar, it was extremely bright. This time, Chunzong really did his best. Under Chunzong's control, the 10,000 shattered sword lights immediately condensed again, but this consumed a lot of Chunzong's mental strength. With a boom, the 10,000 sword lights attacked again. Shatter, condense, kill. Again and again, Chunzong seemed to be challenging his limits. The power of his mind was constantly consumed, and so was his divine sense. Blue veins covered his forehead and spread to his cheeks, giving him a ferocious look. His eyes were bloodshot, and his eyeballs were slightly protruding. The fourth and final time, condense. After this, Chunzong knew that he would not be able to condense a 5th time. This was the last time he would do his best. As for the rest, Chunzong had no time to think about it, nor did he need to think so much. The paramount stage, Heavenly Tribulation, was completely out of his expectations. The extreme realm, Heavenly Tribulation, was one thing, but it wasn't just the 10th stage. There was an 11th stage as well. This was basically putting him to death. It was as if it would not give up until it destroyed him. The 4th time, Return of the 10,000 Swords, kill. The sword light shot forward and once again bombarded the rolling thunderball. The thunderball was indeed very powerful. It was attacked 3 times in a row and crushed the return of the 10,000 swords 3 times. This was the 4th time. With a boom, the 10,000 sword lights of the return of the 10,000 swords were shattered again, but the thunderball also trembled. In the next moment, the thunderball also shattered, turning into hundreds of thunder balls the size of a human head. Like a thunderstorm, the thunderballs carried amazing power and were as heavy as meteorites, falling from the sky one after another. Boom, boom, boom. The earth kept shaking. The ruins within dozens of miles were ravaged, as if they had been looted. They became more and more dilapidated, and the shocking aftermath spread to a wider area. In the blink of an eye, it expanded from dozens of miles to hundreds of miles. Chunzong was directly submerged. Hundreds of lightning balls the size of a human head. Every one of them was extremely powerful, as if they could destroy everything. Chunzong estimated that even Bai Mei, with her strength, would not be able to withstand such power. She would definitely be severely injured and might even be killed. Of course, that was referring to Bai Mei on the desolate Dragon Star. As for the current Bai Mei, Her strength must have improved a lot. However, this was the ultimate heavenly tribulation, the 11th level of the ultimate heavenly tribulation. Even if it was shattered, its power was still very terrifying. However, it was still fine for Chunzong. At least, only a few thunderballs hit him. After the power of the Heart Seal treasure robe weakened by 70%, the damage caused by the remaining 30% of the power had been reduced by a lot. It was even weaker than the 10th level of the ultimate heavenly tribulation. Withstand. Chunzong was able to withstand it completely. The absorption of the Heart Sword intent and the Tao, will of the world, also increased. They became increasingly solid and stable. I should be through now. Chunzong could not help but think. Although his injuries were not serious, a sense of exhaustion emerged from the depths of his mind and soul, spreading all over his body. Boom! A loud sound suddenly rang out in the sky. It made Chunzong's heart skip a beat uncontrollably. A strong sense of fear rose up in his heart. In the sky above, the eye of the great path disappeared. The streaks of white lightning continued to spread. Gradually, they formed the silhouette of a huge palace. This time, it took even longer. Chunzong hurriedly took out pills and consumed them. He constantly circulated his cultivation method and digested the pill's power. He recovered his strength and healed his injuries. The 12th level. There was actually a 12th level of the heavenly tribulation. Luluo was completely numb. However, Chunzong seemed to have become a little crazy in his despair. The 11th level of the heavenly tribulation was already like this. It had almost killed him. The 12th level of the heavenly tribulation was definitely much more powerful than the 11th. Could he withstand it? Chunzong didn't have the slightest confidence when it came to the unknown. He didn't have the slightest confidence. But so what? He had experienced many hardships and setbacks in the past. Hadn't he overcome them with his great willpower and ability? Even if he was in dire straits, he would never give up hope. The 12th level of the heavenly tribulation might be extremely powerful to the point where he would not be able to withstand it at all. However, he still had strength. He could still put up a fight. The heavenly tribulation was a powerful enemy. When faced with a powerful enemy, he had to maintain his fighting spirit. His sword intent was like a sharp blade. He took a deep breath as his strength continued to recover. The Taichu sword origin technique also continued to circulate. In an instant, a mysterious trajectory was naturally opened up. It was as if success was achieved when the conditions were right. The 10th level. Chunzong had never thought that he would coincidentally break through the shackles of his cultivation method at this moment and reach the 10th level of the primordial sword yuan technique. The path of the 10th level of the primordial sword yuan technique became even more mysterious. His primordial sword yuan constantly transformed as well, becoming purer and purer. It constantly absorbed the remaining power of the heavenly tribulation in Chunzong's body, constantly refining and absorbing it. As a result, the quality of the primordial sword yuan technique constantly increased, and its power became more and more shocking. Afterwards, the remaining power of the heavenly tribulation that had yet to completely disperse within 100 kilometers flew towards Chunzong bit by bit, fusing into his body before fusing with the primordial sword yuan technique. With the help of the remaining power of the heavenly tribulation, the power of the 10th level of the primordial sword yuan technique was transformed extremely quickly. In just a dozen seconds, it was completely transformed. Good. Chunzong could not help but smile. The power of the 10th level of the primordial sword yuan technique was actually much more powerful than the 9th level. In comparison, it was at least 3 times more powerful. In other words, if the power of the 9th level of the primordial sword yuan technique was 1 before, the power of the 10th level of the primordial sword yuan technique was 4 now. This increase was much more obvious than the increase from the 8th to the 9th level. As a result, his strength would increase by quite a bit. It was extremely obvious that even though the primordial sword yuan technique was not his full strength and was only a part of his strength, it was still a very important part. An increase of 4 times the power of the primordial sword yuan technique would double his overall strength at the very least. An increase of twice his strength was just so important at a time like this. Chunzong saw a sliver of hope for overcoming the 12th level of the heavenly tribulation. As long as there was a sliver of hope, he had to grasp it. He would never give up. The breakthrough in his cultivation method allowed Chunzong's cultivation to completely recover and become even more powerful. Through the feedback, his exhausted mental state was reaped with benefits as well, allowing him to recover even faster. The silhouette of the thunderous palace in the sky became more complete and more condensed. It seemed almost real. Chunzong looked up and seemed to see a few large words appear on the signboard at the entrance of the palace. However, they seemed to be shrouded in clouds and mist, giving off a vague feeling. Although he could not see them clearly, Chunzong could feel the extremely terrifying power contained within those large words. It was as if he would not be able to withstand it, and his soul would scatter the moment he saw them clearly. He did not dare to look at them again. The power contained within was far too terrifying. This thunderous palace that did not seem to be completely condensed and was still somewhat illusory was slowly descending. The palace was not very large, only about 100 meters or so. It was not fast either, and could even be said to be very slow. However, as it descended, an extremely terrifying pressure descended from the sky and directly suppressed Chunzong's body. It also suppressed everything within 100 meters of Chunzong. The space around him seemed to have solidified. In the distance, Master Luo was almost scared out of his wits. What kind of heavenly tribulation was this? The power of this heavenly tribulation was enough to directly blast him into pieces. Although he was only at the first transition of the Tao controlling realm, he was still at the imminent God realm. There was a fundamental difference between him and the demigod realm. How would a demigod realm cultivator survive this heavenly tribulation? His mental state and consciousness had not completely recovered, but they had recovered a portion. His primordial sword origin had coincidentally broken through, and its power had increased. The realm of freedom. Even if he only had a little bit of power left, he could still unleash its full power. The Extreme Heart Phaseless Sword was his life weapon. As he improved, the Extreme Heart Phaseless Sword would also be strengthened. Furthermore, it had also absorbed some of the power of the heavenly tribulation and become even more powerful. In an instant, 10,000 rays of sword light condensed. Each ray of sword light seemed to have electric arcs flickering. Its power was many times stronger than before. 10,000 sword origin. Kill. Chapter 2071. The vast thunder palace suppressed the heavens and the earth. Countless cracks appeared at the edge of the thunder palace. Streaks of darkness exuded a terrifying aura of destruction. Those were space cracks. The thunder palace, which was 100 meters in size, had a terrifying aura that suppressed an area of 10,000 miles. It was as if the entire forest was being suppressed. Countless trees broke and made ear-piercing sounds. The branches and leaves swept across the sky. Traces of invisible electric arcs filled the void and shattered the branches and leaves, turning them into powder. Under the Thunder Palace, Chunzong felt numb all over. However, his strong body allowed Chunzong to resist the numbness. He wholeheartedly controlled the 10,000 swords. 10,000 swords in one. The power of each sword radiance was stronger and more condensed. However, the power of the Thunder Palace was terrifying. The sword radiance shook slightly when it hit the Thunder Palace and then shattered. Condense. As soon as the sword radiance shattered, Chunzong condensed it again. He didn't know if this was the last tribulation, but no matter what, he had to go through it. No matter what, he had to go through it. Faith. His unparalleled belief made Chunzong's fighting spirit even greater. His sword intent flourished even more. Every strand of sword light that condensed again absorbed even more power from the void, becoming tougher, more dazzling, and more powerful. Even if he had to overdraw his mind, he wouldn't hesitate. Attack! The 10,000 swords in one continued to attack, shattering and reforming again. Every time they were combined and arranged, they became more orderly and reasonable. It was as if they were following some kind of law and mystery of the heavens and the earth. The power of the 10,000 swords in one continued to increase. With a bang, a corner of the Thunder Palace was shattered by the 10,000 swords in one. Countless flashes of lightning began to spread to other parts of the palace. A complete Thunder Palace was very powerful. However, a broken corner of the Thunder Palace was incomplete. The cycle of power was destroyed. However, Chunzong consumed a lot of energy to shatter that corner. If it weren't for the breakthrough of the Taichu sword energy technique and the improvement of the Extreme Heart Phaseless sword, he wouldn't have been able to do anything to the Thunder Palace. Chunzong used his sword to attack again, following the damaged area. The sword light attacked like a storm, striking the damaged parts of the Thunder Palace one after another. As they shattered, they also left sword marks on the Thunder Palace. When the sword scars accumulated, they would eventually collapse. The Thunder Palace continued to sink. Fortunately, it was not moving fast, which gave Chunzong more time. Otherwise, he would have been directly bombarded by the Thunder Palace after a few attacks. Shatter! 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 What shattered was not only the sword light, but also the Lightning Palace. When the Thunder Palace was only 100 meters away from Chunzong, Chunzong launched another attack and destroyed the Thunder Palace. Now, only half of it was intact. However, even if it was only half complete, it still possessed extremely terrifying power. Fall! Although the speed of the Lightning Palace was not fast, 100 meters was still very short. Field Domain of Sword Principle. Chunzong immediately activated his Field Domain of Sword Principle, covering a radius of 10 meters. The Field Domain of Sword Principle was a profound realm of Sword Principle. Ordinary Spirit Realm experts couldn't master it. Although he had mastered it, it was only at the entry level. Moreover, it was at the bottom level of entry level. After all, it only had a radius of 10 meters. There was a big difference between being in the Field Domain of Sword Principle and being in it. 10,000 sword lights immediately condensed in the Field Domain of Sword Principle. This feeling was very mysterious. The consumption of all his power was reduced by half. He could control it more easily and easily. The Thunder Palace also sank to a radius of 10 meters. Chunzong instantly felt an incomparable pressure. The Field Domain of Sword Principle seemed to creak as if it was about to collapse. Chunzong clenched his teeth and struggled to support it. The blue veins on his forehead bulged as if they were about to burst and burst out with blood. Pressure. The incomparable pressure made Chunzong feel desperate. However, he didn't want to give up. Resist. Sword light continued to bombard him from all directions, and he managed to fend them off. It was a battle of life and death. The Thunder Palace was also under the Field Domain of Sword Principle. Cracks constantly appeared. Finally, there was a loud bang, like a thunderclap that resounded through the world. A huge void crack was created. It was pitch black. Looking at it from afar, it made people's hearts palpitate. It was as if even their souls were about to collapse. Guru Qingluo felt that if he were in Chunzong's shoes, he would have died without a doubt. He couldn't resist at all and would have died in an instant. At that moment, Chunzong only felt that his Field Domain of Sword Principle had also collapsed. Boom! The entire endless forest suddenly trembled. It was as though a great earthquake had arrived. Numerous extremely frightening ripples swept out like a tsunami with the Lightning Palace at the center. They were accompanied by an extremely sharp whistling sound as they churned and charged in all directions. In an instant, the ruins within 100 miles were all swept away. More plants and trees were destroyed, and the ruins were further expanded. Endless dust and smoke rose from the ruins, filling the sky. How shocking and shocking was that scene? It was extremely horrifying. Even though they were very far away, The spectators were still swept by a gust of wind. They only felt that the gust of wind seemed to be mixed with bolts of lightning. The moment it swept past their bodies, they felt numb all over. It was as if countless thin needles were piercing their bodies, causing them to feel a slight pain. This caused everyone to be extremely horrified. Their hearts were once again hit hard. Could this be the divine ascension tribulation? Could it be that they would have to undergo such a tribulation in the future? Even if I were 100 times stronger, I wouldn't be able to survive. A Tier 2 demigod expert lamented. That was indeed the case. It was incomparably despairing. That should be special. A normal divine ascension tribulation shouldn't be so frightening, someone said embarrassedly. Although demigod rank experts already knew about the tribulation of the Ascension realm, it wasn't much. Only when they were ready to face the tribulation of the Ascension realm would they learn more and make preparations. Knowing too much before, that would only mess up their minds. Is he dead? Master Luo looked at the gradually dissipating tribulation clouds in the sky, then at the hundreds of miles of forest ruins that were gradually returning to silence. He couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. For a moment, he couldn't sense any aura. A 12th-stage tribulation. I've never seen or heard of it before. He must be a peerless monster. It would be a pity if he died. Master Luluo couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If a monstrous genius who could survive the 12th level divine tribulation survived, there would definitely be another sovereign realm expert in the void in the future. What a pity! What a pity! While Master Luo was lamenting inwardly, the dark clouds in the sky suddenly dispersed. Rays of 9-colored radiance appeared and spread out. Shortly after, they descended like heavenly wings. That's... Master Lulua's eyes instantly widened as his body trembled uncontrollably. That was clearly the purest great Tao origin energy. Only after overcoming the heavenly tribulation would this level of great Tao origin energy appear. In other words, the person undergoing the tribulation wasn't dead. The great Tao origin energy is actually so vigorous. In that instant, Master Luo couldn't help but feel a sense of greed. He wanted to take the great Tao origin energy for himself. He was 100% sure that as long as he took the great Tao origin energy for himself, his cultivation would definitely break through repeatedly. At the very least, he would be able to reach the 3rd revolution of the Tao controlling realm and establish a solid foundation. It wouldn't be difficult for him to break through to the 4th revolution of the Tao controlling realm in the future. He even had hopes of reaching the 5th or 6th revolution. However, that greed only flashed for a moment because he didn't have the ability to do so. The great Tao origin energy appeared to give a reward to the person who had undergone the tribulation. It was a reward that belonged to the person undergoing the tribulation. If others wanted to take it for themselves, they would infuriate the great Tao. It was like something that belonged to me. I could give it to whoever I wanted. If you dare to plot against me, I would kill you. The wrath of the great Tao wasn't so easy to bear. Even sovereign experts weren't willing to face the wrath of the great Tao. It was obvious just thinking about Sword Master Dongting. Intercepting a small portion of the Sword Tao origin energy would result in death from the backlash. However, although he couldn't take it for himself, he could use this opportunity to comprehend it. Perhaps he would find an opportunity and have a chance of completing the 2nd revolution. Immediately, Master Luo began to stare at the 9-colored great Tao origin energy and quickly comprehended it. This was a rare opportunity. How vigorous was this gift of the great Tao origin energy? Thinking back, the gift of the great Tao origin energy he had obtained back then was less than 1% of what he was seeing now. However, the more powerful the Tao intent, the more great Tao origin energy one would receive after overcoming the tribulation. This was because the more brilliant the Tao intent, the closer it was to the great Tao. In addition, for the Tao seed to mature and bear the Tao fruit, it naturally needed more great Tao origin energy to irrigate it. In the hundreds of kilometers of ruins, it seemed as if the ground had been scraped 10 feet. At the center was a pit that was dozens of meters deep, embedded with a body that didn't look human. It was Chunzong. His bones and tendons were broken, his organs were shattered, and his limbs were broken. However, Chunzong was still alive and had consciousness. It was precisely because of this that the great Tao origin energy could descend. As the great Tao origin energy descended, strands of it merged into Chunzong's body. Not long after, as if threading a needle, a 9-colored cocoon completely enveloped Chunzong. Chunzong seemed to have broken out of the cocoon. His injuries, which were on the verge of death, rapidly recovered. Not only did he recover, but he also continued to grow stronger as the origin energy of the Great Path continued to fuse into his body and be absorbed. His divine sea continued to expand and stabilize. The flower of the ultimate realm and the seed of the way had completely fused together. They were no longer separated. Then, the petals of the ultimate realm closed, swallowing the seed of the way. As large amounts of great Tao origin energy continuously merged into the Tao seed, the petals gradually opened. The Tao seed's appearance also changed greatly. It turned into a small, illusory sword that floated above the flower's pistil. That was the Tao fruit. Chapter 2072. The origin energy of the great Tao was multicolored and ever-changing. It constantly fell from the sky and was absorbed by Chunzong's body. Within his divine sea, which had expanded by more than 10 times, the flower of the extreme had completely bloomed, and the sword-shaped Tao fruit at its center had become even more solid. Shortly after, the petals of the flower of the extreme began to wither, and strands of essence spread out, spreading into the sword-shaped Tao fruit. This sword-shaped Tao fruit was condensed into form from the supreme Tao inside, heart sword inside, and it carried an illusory feeling. This sort of illusory feeling wasn't an illusory illusion, and it was an illusory illusion that possessed a myriad of changes and was impossible to grasp. When the flower of the extreme had completely withered, it disappeared inch by inch, and the Tao fruit had truly taken shape, completely replacing the flower of the extreme and its Tao intent. The origin energy of the great Tao was constantly being absorbed, and more of it was being absorbed. At the same time, Chunzong's body had also completely recovered, and the Tao intent of the world had fused with his body, continuously absorbing the origin energy of the great Tao. Everything within the world, including the stars, the sun, the moon, the rivers, the lakes, the mountains, the trees, the birds, the beasts, and so on, was constantly becoming more and more solid and more shocking. The 10th stage of the primordial sword origin technique was constantly circulating, continuously absorbing the origin energy of the great Tao. The quality of the primordial sword origin technique had actually increased once again. The breakthrough had only just begun. Now it was truly stabilizing. Everything was changing in the direction of becoming stronger. Time slowly passed, and Master Liluo was also continuously cultivating. When all the origin energy of the great Tao had fused with Chunzong's body, the sky once again returned to its calm state. However, it seemed to have become even clearer, as if the sky had cleared after a rainstorm. It's finally over. The group of demigod experts breathed a sigh of relief, as if all their strength had been sucked out, and they almost fell. Master Liluo's cultivation had also ended. The energy around his body surged endlessly, as if there were plants growing around him, but they were only illusions. Shortly after, his aura became even more powerful and stabilized. It's been 500 years, and I've finally broken through. Master Liluo's tears flowed down his face. After he had broken through to the first transition of the Spirit Ascension realm and the Tao Manipulation realm, he had worked hard for 500 years, but his progress had been slow. He had thought that it would be difficult for him to break through to the second transition within 1,000 years. Unexpectedly, he had broken through now. He was extremely grateful. Guru Green Luo was extremely grateful to the person undergoing the tribulation this time. If it wasn't for him undergoing the tribulation here and allowing him to observe, it would probably take him many more years to break through to the second transition. Master Lu Luo's figure flashed as she flew toward the ruins. When she lowered her head, she saw a 9-color cocoon rapidly losing its color. After the cocoon lost all its color, a chi-la sound was suddenly heard. One could see an arm tearing apart the large cocoon and penetrating it. Immediately, the large cocoon was shattered and a figure was revealed. In just a flash, Master Luo only felt his vision blur for a moment before the broken cocoon was completely empty. Where is he? Master Green Luo was startled and hurriedly looked over, but he still couldn't see anyone. Where'd he go? Could it be that everything he saw just now was an illusion? In an instant, an extremely frightening pressure descended. The pressure was astonishingly sharp and was very pure. It was sword pressure. Under the sword pressure, Master Green Luo, who had broken through to the second transition of the Tao manipulation realm, actually felt that it was difficult to resist, almost suffocating him. Turning around, he saw a figure in a white sword robe standing in the air. His eyes seemed to flicker with extremely sharp and incomparably vast sword light that seemed to pierce through him, causing an indescribable sense of panic to rise in Master Green Luo's heart. He had a feeling that as long as the other party was willing, he could directly kill him here. Wait a moment, I am Master Green Luo of Green Luo sect on Green Luo planet. I felt that someone was undergoing a tribulation on Green Luo planet, and specially came over to take a look. I have no ill intentions. Master Green Luo hurriedly spoke, afraid that he would be killed by the other party's sword if he was too slow. This was not an illusion, but a real feeling. Chunzong stared at Master Green Luo as a very strange feeling rose in his heart. This feeling came from the heart sword intent. No, at this moment it could no longer be called the heart sword intent. It was an extraordinary feeling brought about by the heart sword way or the heart sword great way. It was a strange feeling as if he was born with knowledge. Just by looking at the other party, he had a kind of judgment. He could judge whether the other party was a match for him, roughly judge how far the other party could go in a fight with him, and roughly judge how much power or how many moves he would need to use to defeat or even kill the other party. This was a feeling that he had not felt before. It was extremely strange, causing Chunzong to be extremely curious and inwardly shocked. This was because there seemed to be no such information in Sword Master Dong Ting's memories. Of course, Sword Master Dong Ting's memories were extremely vast, and he had not completely digested them. So far, he had only digested a small portion. But no matter what, this feeling was extremely strange and indescribable. Chunzong did not know what kind of mystery it was. He could not describe it clearly, but he was certain that it was very shocking. He could only slowly explore it in the future. Perhaps he could find the answer from Sword Master Dong Ting's memories. If not, then he would rely on his own ability to find the answer. This mysterious feeling told Chunzong that this second transition, Tao manipulation realm expert in front of him would not be able to block a single strike of his sword. If he had the intention to kill and used his true strength, a single strike would be enough to kill the other party. This was not arrogance, but a confidence that came from the deepest part of his heart, from the deepest part of his soul. It was a confidence that seemed to be born with knowledge. However, since the other party did not have any ill intentions, Chunzong could not make a move. The sword pressure withdrew, and Master Green Luo almost wiped off his cold sweat. How should I address you, sir? Master Green Luo's tone was respectful. The strong were respected. It was as simple as that. Chunzong. Chunzong did not hide his name. Sir Chunzong, I am extremely grateful that you were able to break through to the second transition after watching you undergo the tribulation this time. Please come to my Green Luo sect, and let me properly entertain you. Master Green Luo immediately said, You were able to break through because of your opportunity. There is no need to thank me. Chunzong said unhurriedly. Master Green Luo could not help but reveal a look of disappointment. Apart from the so-called gratitude, he naturally wanted to befriend Chunzong. However, if you have good wine, I am willing to drink a few cups. Chunzong changed the topic, immediately causing Master Green Luo to become extremely excited. Yes, yes, yes. I have a few jars of thousand grass wine that have been hidden for over 1,000 years. Master Green Luo hurriedly said. The reason why Chunzong accepted Master Green Luo's invitation was naturally because he had just broken through to the imminent deity realm and wanted to have a discussion with other imminent deities. This discussion might not necessarily be about cultivation, but other things. After all, Master Green Luo should have lived for a very long time. Although he had the memories of Sword Master Dong Ting, Sword Master Dong Ting was ultimately just one person and not omnipotent. Apart from the discussion, Chunzong also needed time to sort out the various benefits brought about by his breakthrough. Once he grasped them, he would return to the cold night star to take revenge. After Chunzong and Master Green Luo left, the group of demigod rank experts finally approached the several hundred li ruins. Looking at the terrifying scene before them, they were all extremely shocked. This kind of power was too terrifying. From now on, these ruins might exist forever. One of the demigod rank experts sighed. This forest was the largest forest on the Green Luo star. Now, several hundred li of it had been destroyed by the power of the heavenly tribulation. This kind of power was too terrifying and seemed capable of annihilating everything. If nothing special happened in these several hundred li ruins, there wouldn't be any vegetation growing. However, outside of these several hundred li, there wouldn't be any effect and the vegetation would still be lush. As time passed, this place became a scenic spot on the green radish planet. Moreover, because there were traces of the aura of the heavenly tribulation left in the ruins, it attracted many people to come here to comprehend and observe. They really did obtain some benefits. Of course, that was a story for the future and had nothing to do with Chunzong. Master Green Luo was born many years ago and was a winemaker in a restaurant who specialized in brewing wine. Due to a coincidence, he embarked on the path of cultivation. His talent wasn't bad, but it couldn't be considered top-notch. He only had perseverance and willpower, and his luck could be considered pretty good. As such, he was able to steadily increase his cultivation. However, compared to other Heaven's Prides, his progress was very slow, but very stable. One of the reasons for this was because of Master Green Luo's winemaking. He liked to brew wine. After becoming a cultivator, he tried all kinds of winemaking. He used plants, flowers, fruits, and so on to brew wine that could assist in cultivation. In the end, relying on his own ability and temperament, as well as his good luck, he passed the tribulation and became an imminent deity expert. However, after reaching the imminent deity realm, his potential was exhausted. He had been stuck at the first cycle of the Tao control realm for several hundred years. If he hadn't been fortunate enough to witness Chunzong's tribulation and comprehended the power of the great Tao, he would have been able to break through to the second cycle. If I had cultivated by myself, perhaps I would have needed several hundred more years to break through. Master Green Luo sighed. He was extremely grateful to Chunzong. He poured Chunzong a cup of the 1,000-year-old thousand grass wine. The thousand grass wine was a wine that Master Green Luo had finally succeeded in making by mixing 1,000 different spiritual herbs in a unique ratio. It contained the essence of plants. After drinking it, not only could it help one's cultivation, it could also restore one's spirit and heal one's body's internal injuries. Of course, it was only effective for those below the imminent deity realm. For those in the imminent deity realm, it was only a type of wine. However, the 1,000-year-old thousand grass wine was different. Even for those in the imminent deity realm, it had some effect. Chunzong could clearly feel that when the thousand grass brew entered his stomach, traces of the essence of the plant spread out and seeped into his body, slowly nourishing his essence, energy, and spirit. This feeling was extremely wonderful and comfortable. Good wine. Chunzong couldn't help but praise. Little friend, if you like, I have 2 jugs here. I'll give one to you. Master Green Luo smiled. This 1,000-grass wine was very expensive. Thank you. Chunzong loved wine, so he didn't refuse. Chapter 2073. Green Radish Planet, Green Radish Sect, Green Radish House. The Green Radish House was located on a giant tree that was 1,000 meters tall. It was slowly nourished by Master Green Radish's own Grand Tao energy, creating a unique scenery. 1,000 Grass Brew. What a good wine. Chunzong awoke from his cultivation. He felt his whole body was comfortable both inside and outside. His essence, energy, and spirit were full, and his strength was vigorous. However, it was restrained within his body like a still water current. On the surface, there was no movement, but in reality, there was an astonishing power contained within. Although Chunzong wasn't a greedy drinker, he was fond of good wine. This was the first time he had drunk a wine like the 1,000 Grass Brew. In the end, it was because of the change in his status. And the change in status was largely based on strength. If he was still a demigod, no matter how outstanding he was, he would at most be given a cup of 1,000 Grasses brew. After drinking to his heart's content, he would not be able to obtain a jug of 1,000-year 1,000 Grasses brew and 3 jugs of 500-year 1,000 Grasses brew. The 500 Grass brew naturally couldn't compare to the 1,000 Grass brew. However, its taste was very unique. If he drank it sparingly, Chunzong could drink it for a long time. It was considered good. Very quickly, Chunzong shifted his attention from the 1,000 Grass brew to his current situation. From Master Green Radish's discussion, Chunzong finally understood his current position. As for the star chart on the Void Escape, it was too vast. Even with Chunzong's demigod rank soul, he couldn't search too much. He could only search for the nearby stars and didn't know exactly where he was in the void. Only now did he know. The void was divided into 5 major regions: east, west, south, north, and center. The Green Radish planet he was currently on was located in the center of the void. As for the strongest power in the center of the void, Chunzong was rather familiar with it, but could also be said to be unfamiliar with it. Heavenly Intention Palace. According to the mysterious senior Hua Ji, this was the strongest faction in the void, a faction that was even stronger than the eternal battle fort, Heavenly Palace. Recalling how he had inherited the first few levels of the Heavenly Palace's 33 layered heavens, as well as the One Heart Sutra of the Heavenly Palace's One Heart True Monarch, as well as the Heart Seal treasure robe left behind by the latter, he could be considered to be fated with the Heavenly Palace. Also, the greatest fate should be the Heart Sword Seal. It had been proven several times that the Heart Sword Seal was related to the Heavenly Palace. Once I'm done here, I'll make a trip to the Heavenly Palace. Chunzong couldn't help but think to himself as he clenched his fists. For some reason, he felt his blood boiling. Heavenly Palace. He wondered how powerful the strongest force in the void would be. He exhaled a long breath. That breath was like a sword, piercing through thousands of extremely tough leaves, leaving behind neat and uniform sword marks, but it did not destroy them. However, if there were any sword cultivators below the imminent spirit realm here, they would be able to comprehend it. It hadn't been long since he'd broken through. First, he'd been drinking and chatting with Master of the Law. Only now did he have the time to carefully examine his changes. The Heartsword intent had transformed into the Heartsword Tao, or rather, the Great Tao of the Heartsword. The Tao fruit floated in the spirit sea that had expanded more than 10 times, as if it controlled the entire spirit sea. An astonishing power of the Sword Tao filled the Tao fruit and permeated its edges. This was the power of the Heart Sword Tao, a wondrous power that contained the sharpness of the Sword Tao and the mysteriousness of the Heart Sword Tao. It was unfathomably profound. Chunzong couldn't fully comprehend it for the time being. He could only slowly comprehend and grasp it to the extreme. After probing the Tao fruit of the Heart Sword Tao, Chunzong began to explore the mysteries of the great Tao of the world that had transformed from the world Tao will. There were a myriad of great Taos. Some great Taos already existed, while others didn't. However, when they were comprehended and controlled by someone, the origin of the great Tao in the void would also have the power of the great Tao of the void. Therefore, although every time someone underwent the imminent spirit tribulation, they would receive the power of the great Tao of the void and absorb it as their own. However, the origin of the great Tao of the void would not be weakened because of this. On the contrary, as long as someone underwent the imminent spirit tribulation, the origin of the great Tao of the void would further strengthen. This was how the origin of the great Tao of the void had always been constantly improving. Therefore, the more imminent spirit experts there were, the stronger the origin of the great Tao of the void would be. If these imminent God realm experts died in the void due to battles and other normal circumstances, the power of the great way that belonged to them would be absorbed by the origin of the great way of the void and further strengthen the origin of the great way of the void. Therefore, no matter what, the birth and death of imminent spirit experts would only be beneficial to the origin of the great Tao of the void. Of course, some special evil methods were excluded. Chunzong had mastered 2 supreme Tao wills and had undergone the imminent spirit tribulation to reach the imminent spirit realm. Whether it was the heart sword principle or the great Tao of the world, especially the great Tao of the world, it was a relatively rare great Tao. It was very helpful to the origin of the great Tao of the void. Because of this, the origin of the great Tao of the void would bestow so much power of the origin of the great Tao to Chunzong. It was a kind of reward. With the memory of Sword Master Dong Ting, Chunzong had this kind of understanding. It was a kind of knowledge and vision. Merging the great Tao of the world and his body into one was a breakthrough in the path of body refining. His long hair was like a sky full of stars. Each strand of hair carried incredible power. In fact, Chunzong was certain that even a single strand of his hair would contain shocking power and would be considered a shocking treasure even to demigods. Chunzong circulated his strength slightly, and suddenly, a shocking rumbling sound rang out from within his body. It was as if countless thunderbolts were rumbling. Shocking power filled his entire body, making Chunzong feel as if he could crush mountains and break the void with a single punch. He channeled all his power. Suddenly, his long hair fluttered. Bits of starlight also spread out. The sun and moon appeared in his left and right eyes. Lines of mountains and rivers appeared on his skin. It was as if the earth was boundless. His blood surged like the water of a great river, mighty and mighty. Under the pumping of his heart, it provided his body with incredible explosive power. This was the divine body. After the path of body refining broke through to the imminent spirit realm, the great Tao would merge with the body and become one with the body. It was called the imminent spirit body, or the divine body for short. The divine body was also the biggest reliance and source of combat power in the imminent spirit realm. The so-called body refining cultivator was to refine his own body and build the strongest body. He did not rely on external objects and only relied on his own physical strength to fight infinite battles. As he clenched his fists, endless power surged and poured into his fists. Chunzong wanted to throw it out, but Chunzong restrained himself because he felt that once he threw it out, it would cause great damage. This was the Green Radish sect. He had no enmity with them, so he had to do this. But he did not attack. Chunzong could feel that the power of his divine body was very strong. But what was stronger was not the power, but the defense. That's good. Chunzong could not help but nod. The Heart Sword path was good at attacking, and the Great Tao of the world was good at defending. With both, his ability to protect himself was even stronger. The first level of the imminent spirit realm is called the Path Control Realm. It is to control the power of the Great Tao for one's own use. With my current cultivation, I am only in the Path Control Realm. I can only control 10% of the power of the Great Tao. Chunzong said to himself, however, my Great Tao is forged by the supreme will of the Great Tao. It has great potential and great power. The 10% power of the Heartsword Path and the Great Tao of the world is definitely much stronger than the 10% power of many Great Taos. In addition, my foundation is very strong. I can break through to the second or even third level faster. The power of the 10th level of the Primordial Sword Origin Technique was more than 3 times stronger than the 9th level. It was 4 times stronger. In other words, if the Primordial Sword Origin Technique's power index was 1 before, then it was now 5. The Path Control Realm was divided into 9 levels. The improvement of each level had nothing to do with the technique, but was closely related to the fruit of the Great Tao. Shunzong observed the fruit of the Heartsword Path carefully. There was a faint pattern on it, which represented the first level of the Path Control Realm. If it was the second level, there would be 2 patterns. That was the pattern of the Great Tao. With my current strength, even the Cold Knight Sect's Master Cold Knight, who is in the 3rd level of the Path Control Realm, is no match for me, Shunzong said to himself. It was a feeling. It was also a kind of confidence. As for now, I'll choose to study the lesser ethereal technique and the like. I'll try to comprehend the ultimate profound in a short time. When the time comes, I'll be able to master 2 heavenly magical powers. Shunzong couldn't help but feel a little excited. However, this excitement quickly calmed down. Because Shunzong had the memories of Sword Master Dongting, there were naturally many divine abilities and martial arts in them. There were many lesser divine abilities, many greater divine abilities, and some heavenly divine abilities as well. There were also divine abilities of higher levels. However, for those in the path manipulation realm, great mystiques were the easiest to cultivate and master, followed by heavenly mystiques. As for mystiques of a higher level than heavenly mystiques, it would be too difficult for those in the path manipulation realm to cultivate them. Shunzong began to study. Time flew, and a few days passed in the blink of an eye. When Shunzong woke up, he didn't even feel the passage of time. Time flies. Shunzong couldn't help but think to himself. For Ascendant Realm experts, the concept of time was relatively less strict and clear. Young friend, there's news. Master Luluo came to find him. Please speak. Shunzong stood up and said, Master Han, Yi left the Cold Night Star earlier. He's gone to the Cold Mist Star, Master Luluo said quickly. While drinking, Shunzong had a premonition that Master Han Yi wouldn't necessarily continue to stay on the Cold Night Star to wait for him to find him. He might have left, so he asked Master Luluo to help him investigate. As a veteran Ascendant Realm expert, Master Luluo naturally had his means. Today's news confirmed his guess. Master Han Yi had indeed left the Cold Night Star. In this way, he didn't have to waste time making a trip, since he already knew that Master Han Yi had gone to the Cold Mist Star, and the Cold Mist Star wasn't very far from the Luluo Star. Shunzong bid farewell to Master Luluo and immediately set off. Seeing this, Master Luluo couldn't keep Shunzong and could only see him off. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.